normally I do, but yeah, it was one of those situations.
Sure, get your breath, Maz.
I have done a silly move where I sent it to myself. I didn't see who was in the two. I was in the two instead of the phone somehow.
Oh, sure.
It's like, no. I am technically challenged. I admit that. I really am.
Are we ready to go? Ready to go down there? Okay, we're going to begin our Iowa City City Council work session for Tuesday, December the 3rd, 2019. The first topic on our agenda tonight is to review the Johnson County Mobile Home Task Force report. 3 of our members were on that task force. I'd invite them to say whatever it is they feel like they want to say about it.
I would say if folks got anything out of it at all, the important part were the 12 recommendations that outline opportunities and limitations of local municipalities to protect and stabilize the manufacturing housing as a continued source of affordable housing in Johnson County. And it goes on to urge the cities of Coralville, Iowa City, and North Liberty to collaborate and enact recommendations to help protect these very vulnerable persons. And we have kind of started on that already. I think in joint entities we've talked about. I think we need to continue talking about it. I was happy to see that in our legislative priorities it's included in there. That's another start. But we can go through whatever the folks would like, go through each of the 12 steps and talk about them. Anybody, Maz or Rockne have?
I think I agree, yeah.
I don't know if you just wanted to comment and give a little background.
Oh, yes.
So maybe we could give a little bit of background about why we convened the task force in the first place. For those of you who may not know, there's been really 2 unfolding crises that we've really observed over the past, in particular, several months, but it's been, I think, building up for several years. The first crisis, I think, that is present at a lot of the mobile home parks relates to infrastructure upgrades that are necessary. One of the things that I did not go, and I think Maz has commented on this sometimes during the actual meetings, is the issues with the need to upgrade the sewer systems and the water systems for the mobile home parks. So this is, for a lot of these entities and these ownerships, which typically are not large organizations that own these mobile home parks, has created a tremendous cost that is imposed on a lot of these mobile home parks. So that's one of the things that I think is leading them to both look for opportunities to get out. But then the second sort of parallel thing that we've observed through this process is that apparently there is a private equity firm out of Utah, Haven Park Capital. I don't know how they've discovered this region, but they have. Whether it's big data or what is actually causing them to focus, but what we've observed are stunning increases in the purchase price of a lot of these mobile home parks. And so what we've seen is nearly double the sale price over the assessed valuation. So there's, and when this first started occurring this spring, I think many members in the community, anytime you have something that occurs, you wonder, is this sort of a one-off thing? Should we really get our hackles up, or is this maybe something that's just going to happen once, and then we can maybe relax a little bit? But what we've observed is at least 4 different sales in the course of the last 6 months. And I hope people that are watching on TV, as well as our fellow council members, had an opportunity to review the packet. But the numbers that are really jumped out to me, we have essentially the 4 sales, and it's in a chart at the end of it, which identifies, I think, Gulfview Investors LC, Clear Creek, Breckenridge, and Parkview. And if you look at the assessed valuation, for example, in the Gulfview situation, it was a $6.1 million assessment approximately, and a sale price of $12.3 million. So the question is where is those dollars going to come from? Well, they've led to, as the report notes, a significant increase in some orders of magnitude, like 63% increase that we've observed. And so I think, led by Sarah Barron, I think our thought process was, let's see if we can convene a task force. And I think for a task force, Sarah, we moved pretty quickly, in part due to your excellent leadership on that. And we convened a lot of different stakeholders, too. The City of North Liberty, I want to give a shout out to the mayor of City of North Liberty. He did a really great job. Johnson County, we have representation there. City of Coralville. And we really had a wide-ranging, as well as nonprofits. I see Charlie Eastham is out there, to sort of see what are the solutions that we can look at to identify whether we have any municipal tools that we can identify. And so I don't know, Jim, in terms of what you wanted to look at, whether we wanted to sort of highlight what some of the individual task force members wanted to identify as things to look at, or whether we just sort of wanted to go through some of the 12. I think probably it'd be hard to go through all 12 tonight.
I'd say focus on what you want to focus on.
Yeah.
And draw our attention to
Okay.
it.
So what I would, I guess, draw, at least in terms of, I think each one of the task force, we have 12 different recommendations. And they're all equally important, but one of the things that I really wanted to highlight is that if we're identifying these sort of outside private equity firm as paying double the money for these mobile home parks, that's certainly the problem. Well, what's the solution in response to that? It's very complicated, but I think to me it's the simplest solution. Is there a way for any of these mobile home parks to purchase or at least try to purchase, at least or participate in the market to acquire some of these mobile home parks? That's a super complicated issue, but one of the reasons why at least I think the task force wanted us to at least look at that was it is complicated. We are seeing this as a phenomena that's coming up over time, at least 4 different of these parks. And so the question is sort of who's next? And when some of these, for some of these parks, the other hope is that maybe once they've actually purchased them, maybe those returns aren't there. So there may be a selling opportunity. So we wanted to look at. So one of the things the task force looked at was, are there any nonprofits that can facilitate leadership with some of the mobile home parks? And one of them was, direct your attention to paragraph 10. Rock USA is a private nonprofit that has not done any work in the state of Iowa yet in relating to assisting mobile home park residents form a nonprofit cooperative, and it also has a financing arm. I've already had some preliminary contacts with them, and one of the surprising things from that contact, and I think it may be good news at least for the city, is that they indicated that private securing capital to purchase these mobile home parks is usually not one of the biggest obstacles. It's usually organizing. But one of the things that we wanted to do is sort of highlight what maybe people haven't even thought about is there a possibility for some of these mobile home park residents to participate in this marketplace? And related to that is the task force recommendation number 2, which was, are there any ways in which, if there are some financing difficulties that some of the residents may have, is there any way that we could look at assisting nonprofits secure the capital to purchase these mobile home parks? Now, this is obviously a super complicated topic that we're not going to be able to decide tonight, but we wanted to highlight those as something that perhaps the staff could investigate, see whether it's feasible at all. And so that's something that at least I wanted to see whether there was any council support for sort of further review and study on behalf of staff, at least in terms of that. And in terms of the rest of the recommendations, I guess I would defer to my fellow councilors that also participated on the task force, whether there's anything that they wanted to highlight. I know normally we don't call upon members of the public, but Sarah Barron was one of the task force leaders, so hopefully council would agree to allow her to make some comment tonight just in terms of being a task force leader, if she wants to. I hate to put her on the spot. But those are the things that I wanted to at least focus on, was the question of, are there any tools that we have in our toolkit to assist with purchasing, and also hopefully to communicate to the mobile home park owners that may have not even thought about this as an option, that they should at least look at that in terms of, and hopefully we'll get some organizing on the ground work with some of the residents to organize some residents associations so they can maybe participate with Rock USA as well, in terms of being able to purchase that. But that's sort of what I took out of the task force.
Okay. What I want to add really, really the task force was done a very good job for this recommendation. But I want to add to what Rocky said about Haven Park, because I participate with a group of local people here at the Teamsters and the Labor Center and the whole mobile home park across, the Iowa State, the whole Iowa State, not Johnson County only. And I went to Dubuque because also they put another one in Dubuque, and it's just like going on and on and on. But if you look at their mission on their website, that's what they want to do. They want to make money. And they come, like, if you went to the website, you will see clearly they would like, their goal is to buy any mobile home park, and they can pay whatever it is, even though it's not the assessment value, they can double the value of the property just to make up money by increasing the rent. And this is really a threat to our community because we know that there like home crisis, housing, affordable housing crisis, and mobile home become very affordable for those people. And I really like all the 10 options that we have recommendation, but like 2 of them, even though the recommendation does not show how we can do them, but I think they are very good recommendation, and Iowa City could develop a plan to do all those recommendations. But 2 of them stand out to me, and I wanted to follow on them. One of them, the number 1 and number 10. It's easy, the first one and the last one. And I think my recommendation will be to refer this to refer the Johnson County Mobile Home Task Force recommendation to the HCDC to develop a plan to do number 1 and 2. And since I have here the Housing Authority person, I want to ask if Section 8 cover, I know that Section 8 would cover a rent. If somebody want to rent a mobile home, I think I know that, but I'm not sure too. But I would like to know if they cover the lot rent, because Dubuque, my understanding, the city of Dubuque, they just passed something like that, so Section 8 can cover the rent of the lot for the people who their income is, eligible income. And I want to see that if Iowa City is doing something like this by asking the Housing Authority if they are doing that currently or not. But my recommendation is really for number 1 and 2 is a very important recommendation that our city can do. And I'm glad we have the committee, the Housing Development Committee. We can just refer this to them if the council agree, so they can do that.
In going through that list, the one item that kind of stood out for me too, that I think we really need to keep our ears to the ground on is number 5 in the case of annexation, because we've already talked about over the years the possibility of annexing the mobile home park that's off of Scott Boulevard. Those folks kind of feel left out. I hear from a lot of them, I wish I could vote in the local elections, because they aren't. They live so close to the city limits, but they aren't a part of the city, as well as concerns about the infrastructure and the sewer systems, and so they would like to be part of the Iowa City area. But to do that area would need to be annexed. So if you read that, it's in case of annexation, implement zoning and conditional zoning agreement standards that assure the continued presence of manufacturing housing and that assure protection of the residents. So I think that's something, if this annexation question does come up over the next 2 or 3 years, or even in the next year, we need to keep that in mind and have those kinds of CZAs, if possible, in that annexation plan.
And Jeff, do you know answer to my question?
What, are you asking Jeff a particular question?
I know,
I'd
I
have
asked
to
the Housing
ask
Authority.
Steve
but-
Rackus to
about
come up
Section 8?
and,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Steve, did you hear the question?
Yes, so mobile homes and lot rent are what HUD calls as a special housing type. And housing authorities have the discretion to assist special housing types or not. And there's a whole list of them. Shared housing is one, mobile homes is another, home ownership is another one. The Iowa City Housing Authority long ago basically chose to assist all of the special housing types. But people still have to be on the waiting list and have to be determined eligible and come to the top of the waiting list in order to get the assistance. Typically what happens with lot rent, the amount of lot rents, I understand there's been 63% increases, but right now I think we only have maybe out of 1,300 vouchers, only about 7 to 9 where people are, we're helping with lot rent. Because typically what happens is the lot rent is so low, our assistance becomes zero. And they're just, it's just a matter of the formula.
Yeah, I'm just asking that because the increase will make the formula different.
Yeah, so like I said, right now, we probably have 7 to 9 active participants who are living in a mobile home, and we're helping pay towards the lot rent.
Sure.
There might be a couple where it's actually being rented as like a 3-bedroom unit. But, so, yeah, it's something we can do, but it all depends on when somebody applies and comes to the top of the waiting list.
Sure, thank you.
Wonder if the rest of you have any comments about the report or what you've heard your fellow council members say.
I don't have too many specific comments other than thank you to the task force, Sarah, for leading the effort. 17 members to this task force. It's an impressive list of people there. I really am pleased and impressed with the document and the comprehensiveness of it, covering funding, policy, practices, state advocacy laws, and then concluding. So it's really comprehensive in its scope, which I think is important. I think these issues are complex. There are a lot of parts to them that need to be addressed. And so there's a lot we can focus on here and target our attention toward. But yeah, there wasn't anyone in particular. They were all very interesting to me. I was pleased to see there is that organization, Rockne, that you mentioned, the Rock USA, that can help. I am concerned with those that have already been purchased.
I know.
That's a challenging situation as well. But I think it was a really excellent effort and gives us some sense of where to go, move forward.
Yeah, I would like to echo what John has said. I want to thank the task force members. This was a very comprehensive report and a lot of data that I think most people in the community, and I would certainly acknowledge myself, was not aware necessarily of, how many housing units of this type in the county. I think it's, they're scattered around and not necessarily always really visible, depending upon where you happen to be driving most of your time. So I was surprised at the number of units and what that really means in terms of the amount of population. And to find ways of protecting them. And like John said, I like the way the recommendations were done in terms of the categories. What can we potentially look at in terms of funding? What can we potentially look at in terms of policy? So I think all of these are ones that are certainly worth more discussion, either here at this council table and/or with council members, Board of Supervisor members in the other jurisdictions, because I think we need to continue to work on this and try to work on it in a way that, if we can, in ways, I'm interested in the Rock USA too, if there's ways to help people purchase and/or to help nonprofits purchase, so that we aren't. It's not a continual chasing our tail kind of thing of more and more and more of these just get bought up by people that all they care about is making as much money off them as they can.
Yep.
So.
I've been pretty impressed by the report and all the items that's in it, as both of you have stated. The one thing that I'm real impressed by is, the advocacy work that's going to be presented to the state legislators. It really does have some, I think, some actionable, attainable items that to me seems realistic and common sense for legislation to come in. Unfortunately, I wonder why all the time we have to create laws in order for people to do good. And this is the perfect
market incentive.
and this is the perfect example of why legislation happens, is to really protect individuals that are vulnerable. And so this is I'm very impressed with the task force, so thanks to everybody that's been a part of it. We have some dynamite people that's on the list of sitting around the table coming up with solutions. And I was not expecting this to be so involved because of the shortness of time that, they got together. And so this was a pretty impressive, in-depth report. And I really feel that there are some actionable things that in the months to come can be followed up on. And I anticipate that this council will definitely be at the table just to make sure that we're doing our part.
And Jim, can I make one quick follow-up comment to piggyback on what Susan had said? It's my hope that one of the things you do when you guys, because this is obviously going to be after the conclusion of my term, but that at one of the joint entities meetings that you identify this as the topic. And, typically our joint entity meetings are sort of show and tell, where we sort of identify our projects. And I love that too. I love seeing the bike trails and those sorts of things. But this does strike me as something, given the fact that we had representation from the county, that maybe you want like a substantive joint entity meeting where you can actually sort of engage, because to the special nature of the housing, to Steve's point, that's one of the things we really discovered. Like, mobile homes are unique. It's like personal property, but there's property that belongs to someone else and they're renting it. I mean, so it's a very unique, and it doesn't really fit with the law. And I think I also wanted to highlight that we did have Zach Walls on the committee, and he did a terrific job. And he did highlight that he does think, even within the current political environment that we have, he thinks that we're going to be able to move on some of these topics. So I think hopefully we'll get some movement, even with the current situation in Des Moines that we have.
He is on the 14th. We're going to Des Moines to present from, I guess, a lot of people from Mobile Homes Park. We have a Mobile Home Park network right now, and all of them are pushing something on Iowa State registration.
That's fine.
I was
He's
going
the one
to,
who's leading it.
I was going to mention Senator Walls also, because we were truly blessed to have him on our committee. He's very passionate about this topic and does plan to move ahead on the Des Moines level, the state level, with some of the things that really can't be done on the local level. So.
Yes, and I guess another representative called Ashley from Dubuque or something like that. I forget her last name, but she's also pushing for that.
So I'll make a quick comment too. It's obviously a terrific report. I was very impressed with it, and especially the quick turnaround on it. I was shocked to see that.
Sarah
It's
gets
really
credit
quite
for that.
admirable.
That,
But the real question we have before us now, given the way we're responding to the report, is what do we want done with it? Do we want to refer it to HCDC, which I think you suggested, Maz, at least with regard to two topics?
Yes.
Do we want to create some kind of joint entity activity that along the lines that you suggested, Susan, or refer it to the staff? I mean, what would you recommend that we do?
My thought would be, is I was hoping that, we obviously it's a very detailed report, that we would give staff, I mean, there is some urgency here, but it doesn't need to be done, next week. So I was thinking, like, if, staff has not an opportunity to sort of review this. And what we were also hoping at as a committee is that each one of these communities is different, but it's a regional problem. So we were hoping that each one of these task force members could go back to the respective jurisdictions and sort of get their feedback from their own professional staff and then modify what they need to modify. So my hope, at least I would support, if we could get some sort of response from staff in terms of 90, 120 days, something along those lines, basically just so where they can sort of respond to some of these recommendations. And to Steve's point about what we're already doing, it's also our hope that we can daylight some existing programs that we already have that maybe people don't know about. For example, home funds. I didn't know this, that can be used for repairs and stuff like that with mobile homes. So that would at least be my, that we get some feedback from staff in a way that fits their schedule and their workload as far as that goes. But that's at least what I would like to see in terms of a response to what the committee had generated.
I know that we had actually asked, of course, the counselors to kind of present, but we had made mention that if Sarah wanted to present or join in the discussion.
If we could, because she was a task force member,
Yeah.
Jim, would that be okay?
Is it okay that we invite her up?
It's
people okay
certainly
with that?
agreeable
Yeah.
to me.
So
Sarah,
I don't know
would
if
you
wanted
like to comment? You don't have
Would
to.
you like to,
but-
right?
Don't want to put you on the spot.
Come on up, Sarah.
Yeah.
Please come up, Sarah.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm Sarah Barron. I'm the director of the Affordable Housing Coalition. Thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the task force report with you. It was a great honor to be able to convene a group of people who are all committed to improving mobile homes as an affordable housing, quality affordable housing source in our community from so many different municipalities in Johnson County and so many other advocates who brought their knowledge to the table. So thanks to all of you for supporting that work and for all the nice things you said about the outcomes of that. You know, one thing I want to just add to the conversation, each of those recommendations stands on their own with a specific function to stabilize and improve the quality of mobile homes in our community and also set a path for moving forward in preserving that. The report is restricted to things we think that local municipalities at that government level can do. It's not an exhaustive list of all of the things that we want to marshal in support of mobile home neighborhoods and of residents. So there will be ongoing work in the community that's still taking shape to bring together nonprofits that work with residents, of course, residents themselves. How can we support things at the state level, and how can we make sure that we have a stronger network of support moving forward? Another piece of it is just the general education, as you mentioned, Susan. A lot of the issues that we're seeing in the mobile home parks are not visible to the broader community, and we wanted to increase people's knowledge base so that there's a better understanding of what we need to do moving forward. As you pointed out, Rockne, mobile homes exist in a space somewhere between owning and renting, and because of that special housing type, sometimes mobile homes have fallen through the cracks with our policies and our program support. And we hope that by convening this task force and shining light specifically on mobile homes, we can improve that going forward as well. And that happens both at the governmental level and in the non-governmental level. So other than that, I think the report more or less speaks for itself. But if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Very good.
So Rockne suggested we refer this to the staff and ask the staff to provide feedback within, I don't know, 90 days or some particular period of time.
You know, when
What do you all think? And Jeff, you should feel free to chime in on this too, because we're saying this is the kind of thing staff has to do.
I guess when I said number 1 and number 10, because this is working direct with the resident of the mobile home that live in our city, that because, you know, we want to become an example for the rest of the municipality or for the rest of the city, and this is something that, you know, the what's called housing, that the HCDC will, I guess, can lay out exactly what the current assistance in the city are, just because a lot of people ask me about if Section 8 can pay for the lot rent. We never knew that is something happening, and I guess so I'm bringing something new. It's happening in our city, and even as a city council, I don't know anything about it. You know, I just feel like if we ask them to work on this, because they've been working and giving them recommendation about, you know, how we help residents when it comes to affordable housing and homes and renting assistance and all this. That's why I really encourage those 2 items to be given to the committee and see what they're gonna come up with, laying out the currents that we have and what else can our city do regarding this, the capacity that we can do.
As you say, give to the committee. Which committee are you referring to?
HCDC?
The
Housing
HCDC,
Community
yes.
Development Commission.
Was it
Yes.
number 1 and 2 or number 1 and
1 and 10.
1 and 10? Okay.
Yes, 1 and 10.
We all misheard that.
It's make rental assistance and relocation assistance available to residents harmed by unexpected sharp rent increase. Number 10, connecting with an organization like Rock USA, which assists residents in forming cooperative to purchase and manage their manufacturing housing committee. Resident-owned community example like that. That's what I meant, those 2.
So, and I hear what you're saying. Is it information that essentially you're wanting?
No, I want to see how can the city, additional information for available assistance available to residents harmed by unexpected sharp rent increase if happened to the people who live in our city of Iowa City. What currently is there? what else can we do as a city for our resident if this, something like this happen, or for the current people who are really facing this. And another one, if they want to do this, how we can refer them to organization who can, just like Susan Mims earlier said, you know, like an organization come by the mobile home park, whatever. It is like some kind of recommendation, some kind of a current assistance that we have. People don't know about it. So our network, through our network, we can just lay out those information to the public so they can know that there is something going on in Iowa City. And also we can just set the bar high, the standard for the other municipality like Coverville and North Liberty who was participating in this task force. Yeah.
As Rockne said, I would be interested without, and again, I'd be interested to hear what Jeff has to say in terms of like some kind of feedback or response in terms of where staff may think that we could start with this and where the biggest time commitment would be, you know, without staff putting in tons and tons of hours, but just kind of some feedback, like you've indicated, Rockne, where you think maybe we could get our biggest bang for our buck for the time and effort that staff puts in, and whoever puts in, but to kind of focus us, because there's, I think, 12 very good recommendations, as you said, Rockne, very complex, some a little easier than others, but still going to take a lot of time. So yeah, I'd be interested in hearing what staff has to say. You know, with the funding issues, the first one, obviously that's going to be our affordable housing money, and I think that's going to take some thought process, whether, I think coming from staff might be a good start on that one as well, just because while we want to make if we're making an effort to do a new program, my only concern is that we don't make the mistake of focusing it so narrowly on residents of mobile home parks that we then leave out other people who might have just as great a need but don't happen to live in a mobile home. Hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, so I would be interested in having this kind of the starting place be with staff to do a review and suggestions.
So what I really hear, at least what I hear you saying, is you want information about what funding options are out there, and even on number 10, which yes. I think staff, honestly, may be the best start, because I've seen, you know, a lot of charts about what is available. And I think the commission, I'm not exactly sure if they will have all of the expertise on various different things throughout the city contacts, and even knowing what's else available within the community.
But the East Commission have a staff member. I guess, Tracy, you have staff on that commission,
Staff,
right?
Yeah, staff is on there.
In there, and the people will, you know, that's what the commission, you know, sometimes bring recommendation is not taken from staff time and everything. After that, the staff we can say, and especially if there is somebody from the staff there, if this out of their capacity, they will say, by the way, we cannot do this, or this is not this. That's why the staff is there, and this is not taken from the staff a lot of time.
Are you?
Let's give Jeff an opportunity
Yeah.
to weigh in on this.
Sure.
I appreciate that. We haven't had a chance to sit down as a staff and go through this, but I imagine several of us have gone through it and have our own thoughts. Regarding items 1 and 10, keep in mind that you already have an emergency fund within your affordable housing fund set up for, I would say, situations just like this. It's 5% of your set aside, so with $1 million annually into the fund, which has been your trend the last few years, you have $50,000. That was created with the Rose Oak situation in mind, which I would think would be very similar to this. You have an abrupt event that causes a lot of distress in a housing community. So I do feel right now that we would have the ability to make some headway on number 1 already. We have a program in place. We don't have well-defined parameters for that program, but council could certainly look at sharp rent increases like we have heard reported or that are being experienced in Gulfview and other sites, and say this qualifies for use of the emergency fund. And just like we did with Rose Oaks and with the property up on Prairie du Chien, you all responded and used those funds to help out. So I don't know that there needs to be a whole lot of thought into that. Probably just thinking through with the size of our parks, if 50,000 would be enough to adequately respond, given some of these timelines that are suggested by the task force, rental assistance of 180 days, for example. So I'm a little less concerned with one. I don't think that's an item for us, at least, that needs a whole lot of study, because I think you've already anticipated that through past planning. Number 10, what I would say with number 10, I think number 10 fits that joint entities meeting really well, because I don't think you're going to want Iowa City exploring nonprofit cooperatives and Coralville exploring it and North Liberty exploring it and then trying to compare notes at the end. I think that makes sense if you could get an intergovernmental or maybe a subcommittee of this task force to continue on and to try to make contact with Rock USA or others and work together so that you're all working from the same base of information. I think that would be extremely helpful. So that, to me, has a little bit more regional appeal. Most of the other strategies, I think, are going to have to be deployed on a case-by-case basis. Obviously, annexation is only going to work in a few cases, but we have Sunrise, we have Modern Manor that are ripe for annexation. We should be preparing for that, and I think, as you know, staff has been in some level of talks of annexation with those two parks off and on for the last couple of years at least. So in terms of next steps, I think you look through these. We can share our thoughts, and if you prefer, we share those thoughts with HCDC and then come back to you. That's fine. We have no problem with that. And then I think you pick off a couple of these, and to Councilman Cole's suggestion, maybe you zero in on the joint entities meeting as a way to further those efforts.
I had talked about joint entities meeting presentation previously also. I would like to ask Sarah, I don't know if she can come up to the mic again, just a quick question as far as what is your sense for the other municipalities, North Liberty, Coralville? Have they presented to their councils yet? Have you gotten any feedback from them, where they are with that, so we could sort of have a timeline when we could plan for a joint entities meeting on it?
To my knowledge, this is the first formal discussion that has taken place among a full body, but
That
we are
doesn't surprise me.
anticipating
good.
these discussions in each of the 4 main municipalities.
Okay, so maybe if you could keep in touch with all of us, and then we could plan around that as soon as they've had the opportunity. We could bring it to a joint entities conversation. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I just wanted to note was that we didn't reinvent the wheel with a lot of these recommendations. There was a lot of research. You said it's a very full document, and it is, and a lot of people were doing a lot of research into other communities, other states, because this is happening all across the country, and as far as what kinds of measures they are putting in place to help these people and to prevent these companies coming in and buying these up and then raising the lot rent. So we sort of restructured some of it and made it appropriate for our area, but we really didn't reinvent everything. It's out there and working in other communities.
I just want to ask Jeff, you said there is 50% on the affordable housing, 5% actually, which is $50,000.
Yes.
Yeah, that was very good for Rosex and for the other, the crisis that happened. Anyway, I just want to ask you, is there another fund beside that? Because 50,000, just see right now, Heaven Park, like they bought 2 or 3 mobile home park at once. For example, if we have 2 mobile home park have crisis at the same time, the 50,000 is not enough for 180 days that the report recommended. That's why when I say refer it to the committee so they can find like a way to do this and give the recommendation to us. Because the 50,000 that we have aside is not going to be enough sometime. Say, for example, if we used for 1 year, before the budget year went through, and we needed to twice, and we already used that 50,000. We need like really a solid, like really ways or resources for this kind of thing that we can just do it all the time if something, just in case if something does happen. Hopefully, no one need it. But that's why I'm saying refer it to the committee. And the staff there also, or the way that you just suggested. Give a recommendation, give it to the committee, let the committee review it, and bring it back to us, and we can see, if there is difference between the committee recommendation and the staff recommendation.
The only comment I guess I would have there is, I mean, what that really comes back to is how we prioritize our budget. And so to me, that's the duty of the council to do that budget
In the end.
prioritization. And so, I mean, I would agree with you, Maz, if there's some major issue, that 50,000 in emergency very well could not be enough. And so I think that is where we have to have those conversations as a council as to, how do we prioritize what our budget looks like. My concern when you get one commission looking at one narrow focus, and I totally understand this, they're not looking at the whole budget, they're looking at prioritizing that one particular issue. And so, of course, they want as much money as it would take to solve that problem, which I totally understand. That's what they're looking at and what their priority is. But our mission has to be to look at the entire budget for all the city needs. And so I think that's something that we need to, kind of keep in front of us as we start doing those budget talks and reviewing the budget, which we'll have here at the end of the month, and keeping this in mind as we start looking at those allocations in January.
I do agree with you as far as like the council looking globally, but I think just like this is a task force looking specifically at, mobile homes and the crisis that's being experienced. After, Maz speaking, one in HCDC, and I was trying to get at, what was her rationale for having HCDC, and I really believe that it's a collaboration between what the staff is recommending and what HCDC, these various people, might come to say, yeah, that's great, but have you thought about this? And it's more of a focused, they're really focused on the mobile homes. Ultimately, the hope would be what would be the worst extreme situation, and what would be a solution there. Now, council, of course, I can probably tell you, may not be able to figure out what that worst situation is financially, but I think it's good to know what that worst situation is so that we at least have that knowledge. So I personally am in agreement with staff taking it, figuring out some pathways forward for a HCDC receiving it, giving some comments, and looking at it with that worst case scenario as well as with what can we do now. So that's kind of how I see it. I do believe that we should always begin with the end in mind. This is a way to do that, is by involving HCDC from what I understand Maz wants to do. So I can, I don't think it'll hurt anything doing it this way.
It seems to me that's a reasonable pathway to ask staff to review the document, prepare basically a report, share it with HCDC, have HCDC review that report, provide us with recommendations, then have it come back to the council with basically both the staff's initial response and HCDC's recommendations. And then in the end, of course, Susan's right about how we have to exercise judgment about what to do in response. So that'll be up to the council at that point. I think the key question then would be, what kind of time frame do we have in mind? I mean, if y'all are in agreement with that pathway.
Budget season, so.
I would
We have
defer
to
to
ask
Jeff's, what does Jeff think is
I sort of
reasonable?
like the idea of, a quick response in terms of just what Jeff related on some of the items that we have in the report. Next steps in terms of the 12 steps, timeframes associated with them. So it's sort of an immediate response that has a flexible timeframe in the response in terms of each item may be resolved very quickly, others may take some time.
Does this make sense, Jeff?
Yeah, to clarify, we're not bringing you, or we're not bringing HCDC recommendations. The recommendations are out there. We're going to provide some commentary on them and maybe some, as Rockne said, maybe daylighting some existing programs that you may not know about or you may not recall. So I don't think it's a lot of work for us, but certainly we'd appreciate a couple months time if we try to get to HCDC and at their January or February meeting, if that's okay. And I think you should feel good knowing that should a crisis emerge in the next couple of weeks, you have funds set aside. You also have reserve funds, you have emergency funds available if the crisis gets elevated beyond $50,000. So you should take some comfort that we can respond to an emergency, as you described, in which maybe 2 parks are bought and folks are in a stressed situation. So if okay with you, I would suggest, shooting for that January, February HCDC meeting, and we'll provide some commentary, but at least my thought on this is it's not going to be a whole lot of narrative from staff. It's just going to be a reaction to those 12.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Sure, but I just want to ask you, if we did that, we're still going to have time to change something in the budget regarding if we want to allocate some money aside or anything, if it comes by recommendation. That's not going to be a problem?
No, I think if you're looking at emergency funds, the 50,000, you can always change your affordable housing percentage allocation. If you wanted to make that 10% of those affordable housing dollars, you could do that at any time. Or, through the budget process, if you wanted to go beyond the $1 million and say, I want to budget 1.5 and beef up the emergency reserve that way, you can certainly do that. But there's not a whole lot of, other than the emergency funding, the other items in here don't necessarily require immediate dollars, whether you're talking urban renewal areas or potentially infrastructure with annexation agreements. Those are things that you don't necessarily need dollars in the budget right away for. So I feel pretty good that budgetarily, I think we sit in a fine spot right now.
But Rockne, you mentioned another budget, another fund, I mean.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned the other fund. I think in terms of the Rock USA piece of it, one of the things I just want to elaborate a little bit more on that is that one hope that I have is that it may be that there'll be no need for any municipal funding at all. Okay, so what I'm hopefully going to continue to do is to still, I've had some preliminary contacts with them. They have some expertise in terms of this municipal ownership process. And again, one of my first conversations I had, they actually said that funding usually is not the key difficulty, which is surprising because they have a social equity investment arm, at least for this entity. There aren't a ton of them out there. So my hope is we continue exploring that. And then if it turns out that there's no need for any municipal funding through a nonprofit or some assisting or backing alone, then we're good. If it turns out that they go through this process, come in, they try to secure lending, there may be some things down along the line where maybe some of the joint entities may wish to do some assistance. So that's what I would see that particular one. But even that one potentially could have a big sticker to it, but at least right now it's zero. We're just only evaluating that. So, and it could be that a purely market-based solution will be available.
Sure.
Sounds like we have a pathway. Are you all comfortable with the January or February HCDC process or
Sure.
timing?
Yes.
Okay, great. And with regard to the joint entities meeting, I think I heard the suggestion that item 10 would be a good topic for the joint entities meeting to discuss, so we should sort of put that on our list of joint entities topics to discuss later on.
Sure.
Okay, does anything else need to be discussed about this topic?
The only thing with I'm going to have continuing outreach, just wanted to give counsel with Rock USA to gather more information, but just only information gathering at this point, so.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I think that means we can turn to our next topic, South District Form-Based Code Update. Tracy Haichu and Ann Russett, both are going to be up here.
Hi, Tracy Heishu with Neighborhood and Development Services. Wanted to give you a brief background before Ann gets back up here and talks about where we are now with the form-based code for the South District. As you remember, back in 2015, the council passed the South District Plan. So we've worked with neighbors, stakeholders on a plan for the South District. And that plan had a lot of guiding principles, including compatible infill development, compact development, diversity of housing, affordable housing. The diversity of housing was to accommodate people at whatever stage of life they're in, whether they're students, young families, empty nesters, retirees, that you had a mix of housing in every neighborhood, so you didn't have pockets of maybe multifamily, large-scale multifamily. The plan also had a guiding principle of neighborhood commercial. They wanted focal points and gathering places in their neighborhood. Interconnected streets was a major issue for the South District, and pedestrian bike connections. So in 2017, we hired Opticos to do a phase 1 study, and this was a project direction report and a form-based analysis for the North Side and South District. And you can see that many of the things that we looked at that study fit well into what the South District guiding principles included. So based on the phase 1 study and the recommendations that the report had, we entered agreement with Opticos for phase 2. And phase 2 was part of developing a form-based regulation for our South District. So Ann Russell, our senior planner, is going to talk about that form-based code and where we sit on that process right now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks, Tracy. As Tracy mentioned, I'm going to really focus on where we're at with the development of the form-based code for the South District. And first, I wanted to talk about some of the project goals that we have for this new form-based code. And as Tracy talked about the South District Plan in Phase 1, and we really want to, as part of this process, implement the direction and the policies in the South District Plan. We want neighborhoods that are safe for pedestrians. We want to preserve environmental resources. We want a highly interconnected network of streets and paths. We want to allow a variety of housing types through this new code. We also want a predictable land development process, not just for developers, but also for community members. And we want the ability to apply these regulations to other greenfield sites in the city. And the map that you see on the right is the project area for the proposed form-based code. This is an area that was developed under a form-based code. Prior to its development, it was a greenfield. This is Newtown St. Charles in Missouri, which is outside of St. Louis. And this is just kind of an example of what the South District could look like with a form-based code. You can see here from the aerial that you do have a highly interconnected network of streets and paths, centers and plazas, and green space and civic space. This is some street views from Newtown St. Charles. And these pictures show some of the features that we hope to accomplish through creating a form-based code and having development develop under that form-based code. So we see green spaces and civic spaces that are not only amenities for the community, but also service stormwater management. You see a variety of housing types. I want to point out the housing, the blue house on the right in the middle. That's actually, it's called a mansion-style home. It's a house-scale multifamily, so there's probably 7 to 9 units in there. But based on the scale, it fits in with a traditional single-family neighborhood. The initial draft code is available right now. It's on our project website. And I'd like to provide just a high-level overview of what is included in that draft right now. We are in the middle. Staff and the community is both reviewing this code and providing feedback and some comments to Opticos. The form-based code is based on the Transect, which I think at the last meeting, Tony from Opticos discussed the Transect with the City Council. And the Transect is a way to categorize different environments, the natural environment all the way to the built environment. And there are 6 different types of transects. On the left, you have conservation or natural areas, open space areas, all the way up to the right, which is the T6 transect, which is the urban core. Iowa City actually has examples of all of these, depending on where you're at in the city. However, the South District has 3. We have in the South District the T1 natural transect, T3, which is more suburban development, and then T4, which is general urban. So the draft code at this point identifies 6 different zoning districts that could be applied within the South District planning area, including the T1 natural, 2 T3 zones, and then 3 T4. And I'm going to go through each of these relatively quickly. The first, again, is T1 natural zone. No development would be allowed in this zone. This is for nature and open space. The next is the T3 neighborhood edge zoning district. This zoning district would allow 2 stories maximum with an occupied attic. This does seem a little bit less intense than some of the other zoning districts. You can see that the homes are set back further from the street. There's more space, front yard space. There is a mix of housing types that would be allowed, but fewer than some of the other districts. So a single-family detached home, a duplex, and a cottage court would be allowed in this zoning district. The next district is the T3 neighborhood general zone. Again, they allow, in this zone, it would allow 2 stories with an occupied attic. You can see these homes in the right are a little bit closer to the street, and this zone would allow a few additional housing types, a multiplex small and a townhouse small. Again, these are all house-scale multifamily that would fit within an existing single-family neighborhood. And moving on to the T4 zones, the first is the T4 neighborhood small zone. This would also have a 2-story max with a occupied attic, and it would allow a few different housing types: the cottage court, the multiplex small, and the courtyard apartment. Again, these are all predominantly house-scale multifamily. Moving on to the T4 neighborhood medium zone, this is a little bit higher intensity. The height is increased to 3 stories in this zone with an occupied attic, and this zone would allow multiplex large and courtyard buildings. The last zoning district is the T4 Main Street zone. We see this zone being applied not throughout the South District planning area, but in key nodes. And this, unlike the other zoning district, would allow block scale buildings as opposed to the house scale buildings. The form-based code draft also regulates uses, and the draft code outlines the uses that are allowed in each of these proposed zoning districts. The draft also includes thoroughfare standards. This is a little bit different than typical zoning ordinances, which only regulate the private realm. This is looking at standards that would apply to streets and right-of-ways, sidewalks, and bicycle facilities. The draft code identifies 8 different thoroughfare types, and we're in the process of reviewing these with our public works staff. The draft code also includes civic space standards and outlines 7 different types of civic space. The code also includes frontage standards, which will outline frontage options on how the building, the private realm of the building interacts and is connected to the public realm, the sidewalk, and the street. And the code identifies 11 different types of frontage standards. And then lastly, the code includes building type standards, and you can think about these as the different housing types that would be allowed in the different zoning districts, although they would allow some non-residential uses as well. And there are 10 different building types that would be allowed throughout the South District in various zones. Part of the project is also developing a regulating plan, and this is currently being developed right now. The regulating plan could be described as a zoning map with some additional detail. So it will identify different zoning districts throughout the planning area. It will also identify areas for civic and open spaces, neighborhood centers, and it will also include a network of streets and blocks. And right now, staff is exploring developing a regulating plan option that would not only identify the street network, but also rezone the land as part of that process too. And this goes back to one of the goals of having a predictable land development process. And we want to get to the point where everyone can get behind the standards in the code, and as part of this process, we can rezone the land to help streamline the development process after the code is adopted. I wanted to highlight some of the stakeholder outreach that we've conducted to date and plans for future outreach. The project kicked off earlier this year, and in April, Opticos made their first trip to Iowa City, and we had stakeholder interviews and meetings with a variety of individuals and groups, from architects and developers to HOA representatives, realtors, housing advocates, and really sat down and kind of had more of a focus group sessions where we discussed issues and identified concerns. In July, Opticos came back and presented the results of the residential market analysis. And then most recently, last month, we held meetings with the development community and landowners in the area, as well as community residents, to go over the draft code and answer any questions. And we have requested that the community provide feedback on the draft that's online now by mid-December. And staff will forward those comments along to Opticos for review. In January, we will be releasing the draft regulating plan options. That will be those options will be made available on our website, and we'll also have meetings with stakeholders to discuss the regulating plan options and get comments on those drafts. And we will be having Opticos come back for additional trips to do more outreach as well. And then in early 2020, we will be releasing a revised draft of both the code and the regulating plan. And in terms of the timeline and next steps, I mentioned the release of the regulating plan in January. All of the comments that we received from the community and also staff, because we are actually reviewing this code right now as well, all of those will be forwarded to Opticos. A revised draft will be made available to the public for additional comment. And then an adoption draft will be developed, and we hope to bring that adoption draft to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then to City Council in spring of 2020. And that's all I have. I can answer any questions. Thank you.
You said the meeting that you had, the public meeting that you had, during the meeting, they did not give us any feedback, or you said the feedback will come later?
There were some questions and comments at the meetings, but we encouraged people to review the code and to provide more feedback if they had any questions or comments.
Okay, sure.
How many acres of land are we talking about it with this?
Around 1,700 acres.
I'm really pleased to see the progress that staff and Opticos has made on this. I think one of the things we've talked about for quite a while is trying to get away from just, acres and acres and acres of single-family homes
Yep.
and have a variety of housing types, et cetera. And so this is just a really different approach than we've ever used in Iowa City. And so really excited to see the progress and see more details as they come out. So thank you.
I'm curious, too. I think one thing that came up last summer, I know some of the development community have concerns about the market for this. Have you guys, in terms of the other areas that have approached it, I think there has been very robust development in those areas, like in other communities. Are you guys tracking how well it's played out in other communities in terms of the market, the demand for this type of development? Because I think there is a huge demand for it, but because it's, to Susan's point, we're not as familiar with it, I think there's some reluctance on the part of the development community that hopefully we can persuade them otherwise.
Right. Yeah, there are definitely examples throughout the nation of successful examples of form-based codes being implemented and applied to greenfield sites. And I think that's one of the reasons we also wanted to do the residential market analysis. And some of the questions that we wanted answers to is there a market for missing middle housing in this area? And the short answer is yes, there is. The market study also identifies some price points for rent and for sale for different types of missing middle housing types. And it also talks about absorption rates. So that's something that we felt was very important to help move this forward.
And correct me if I'm wrong, typically there's going to be more socioeconomic diversity. I mean, I think to Susan's point, where some of the traditional housing developments were single family, and they tended to be a standardized price point, which meant that although the income wasn't exactly the same, it tended to be tracked by the neighborhood. But these sorts of neighborhoods are going to have more socioeconomic diversity than you would otherwise see in a traditional single-family neighborhood.
I don't know if I can answer that.
Okay.
That's, I think, what we hope for. and
There'll
we
be
could
more
look
housing
at-
types.
There'll definitely be more housing
Yep.
choices and options.
So one thing I'll say about this, as someone in the community told me, predictability is what people want from government. And this form-based code gives that. It's predictability with the T1, the T2, the T3, the T4, and the T4 Main Street. It is something that I think from staff and from the developer, they're going to know exactly what to expect or what can take place. And so I love this idea of, this area just being one that will kind of meet some climate action goals in there as well, because it'll be a more dense population. I think it's great. I'm applauding the staff for all of the work that you all have been doing. Looking forward to this community. I love where I live, but this looks great.
So Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that the predictability really depends greatly on whether the zoning is incorporated in the regulating plan so that the area is rezoned as part of the initial action instead of
Yes.
rezoning one by one.
That's correct.
Yeah, because we've learned from our other large form-based code south of Burlington Street that there can be complications associated with individual rezonings.
Yep.
So I'm very hopeful we can get rid of that as a problem.
I really,
I'm just going to follow up on Jim real quickly, sorry. I think a big part of that is this is greenfield. And we didn't want to rezone some of those because we wanted something. So that makes it much easier here.
So Ann, did you say the total acreage is 27 acres? 2,700 acres?
1,700.
1,700.
Yeah.
Wanted to be clear about that.
I just
And
want to say this is, you finished?
one- yeah. And when did you say Opticos will be coming back?
We haven't decided that yet. We're still, it's going to be early next year at some point, but we don't have an exact date.
Okay.
I just want to say this is really, I like this plan, and for the form Bosquet for South District especially. Even though to Rockness point, this is to me, and you cannot even answer that question. This is not quite going to be low income, but at least like variety of range of income, which is needed at the South districts. Especially, we have a lot of low income there, and will be very good for the school. Hopefully, this will come to during the joint entity meeting, because might need another school to be like maybe there. So, and the people will be mixed income with low income and middle class and maybe high income people going to the same school, which will be amazing. I think this is really nice for the South District.
Well, I definitely agree that when this is advanced far enough, it should be presented at the joint entities meeting and as well individually with school district people so that they are fully aware, the school board especially is fully aware of what's emerging in this area. I know they're generally aware of what we're doing, but this is a big step forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Very nice. Good job.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see this thing taking shape, and it certainly will be the most complete neighborhood in Iowa City in terms of, especially new development with commercial center, open spaces, as well as natural areas. Walkability is kind of the foundation of the plan. Certainly incorporates the other forms of mobility, but it's sort of founded on the idea that it will be comfortable to walk through the neighborhood. And so you're not buying into a development, you're buying into a neighborhood and a community. I mean, that I think is the key transformative aspect of this, is that it will be a community. It's not simply a development. And, there's a market for community,
Yeah.
I would say, as well as a missing middle.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that I really like this plan also, and I think we've talked, especially John, over and over for the last 3-4 years about the missing middle and the need for the missing middle. And I like the connectivity of it. I think somebody mentioned reluctance of developers, and I think we've seen that. The housing types that are going up, the communities around the area are $300,000, $400,000 homes. Those are not affordable to a lot of people. So I really love that mix of housing types and the affordability and the concept of the 2 to 3 stories. A mix of that. I like that. I think there's a market for it.
Maybe I could just quick comment too. I think of John as he's my favorite urban planning nerd. He loves this stuff. And I'm an urban planning dilettante, is that I know just enough to get in trouble. But for the community, those of you who are watching, this is a huge deal. The form-based code, I mean, this is cutting edge, and I think staff is leading us in terms of a cutting edge development. But it's also sort of back to the future in the sense of it's basically based upon traditional principles. So if people are sort of wondering, what is this all about? Go to our historic neighborhoods where we sort of used to know how to build these sorts of neighborhoods organically with neighborhood commercial that sort of fit with all these different types of housing types, with a rooming house, with a multifamily, with a duplex, quadplex. And there's a time where we sort of forgot how to do that. And so this sort of movement really has sort of learned from these traditional principles and brought them forward. And then we're sort of realizing how awesome these communities were in the first instance. So I'm really excited about it. And I think in terms of having this neighborhood commercial, we're getting a little bit of neighborhood commercials that are recovering in our inner core neighborhoods now too. And it's going to be exciting to see what happens in our newer neighborhoods where you get the coffee shops, the bakery, those sorts of things that are walkable in a suburban context. So great work. And it's fun to sort of see this come to fruition. You know, a lot of times with council, we sort of want stuff to happen right now. This process started in 2017 and maybe even a little bit earlier. And we're now really starting to gather the fruits of all the hard work that you put in and as well as Opticos. So it's great work.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Thank you, Tracy. Let's move to our next item, which is clarification of agenda items. And I want to mention that staff has asked us to defer action on items 6K, 6L, and 6M. And I intend to call out, not pull out, but just call out other items that are in the consent calendar, probably items 6F, 6J, and 6P. 6F is the piece of national legislation having to do with carbon fee and dividend. 6P is the methane study, and I've forgotten what the other one's the housing vouchers. I just want the public to know about those.
To add to that list, Jim, I would like to pull out yet again 6C, the personnel policies.
You want
Okay.
that for separate consideration?
For separate consideration, yes.
I agree too. But did you say 6J too?
Just KLM.
No,
SAJ.
Jim.
Just to mention it, not-
Just to mention it. I don't intend to pull it out. I just during discussion, I will say something about,
Later or now?
Later.
during the formal meeting.
Okay, I want to say about that too. And also I would love to pull out 6C, as Pauline said. And I want to talk about 7C. I want to ask our city manager, Jeff, to comment on that about the letter about the stormwater retention system.
Why don't you just do that right now? That doesn't have to be part
No,
of the
I
formal
want
meeting.
to ask him now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm asking him now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, to comment on 7C about the letter about the stormwater retention system.
So several of the council members over the years have been brought into this conversation. This is a wetland/stormwater detention facility that is private in Old Town Village, which is a neighborhood south of Blackstone Restaurant on the east side of town. For years, it's been caught up in a kind of a disagreement between the homeowners association and the developer of that site. It's a fully built-out neighborhood now, but the developer had some responsibilities to the Army Corps of Engineers for wetland requirements, and the homeowners actually own the ground and are responsible for maintaining basically a private stormwater detention. Won't get into all the details on why there was some disagreements, but thankfully, I think there has been some resolution. The developer has satisfied his requirements with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And now, I think, at least in my view, it is clear that the Homeowners Association now has the full maintenance responsibilities of that detention basin. And because it has been neglected for over a decade, there's some serious maintenance responsibilities that need to occur there. And I forget exactly what Mr. Hott's letter claims, but I think I've talked with him a number of times over the years, as have many of you. I think that he feels that the city should have a role in the maintenance and upkeep of that detention basin, and we just frankly, we just don't agree with that.
If you can respond to him and convince him why you are not agreeing, or
I
something
can't-
like that.
I can
That's not
respond, but
possible,
I cannot
Maz.
No,
convince him.
he have to respond, though. Somebody ask about something, I think we
There
need
have
to
been
respond.
extensive discussions
But even
involving
now,
lots of
he's
people.
sending a letter. Tell
I
him, no,
know,
we cannot
I
do
know.
that. But
It goes
you-
over the same territory every time.
I'm happy to respond to the letter.
No, but please respond. That's what I'm asking. Please
I could tell you,
respond.
our staff probably has multiple conversations with Mr. Hott every month, sometimes every week.
I didn't know that, but respond.
And Jim and I have been in multiple meetings over the last, I don't know, year and a half or whatever. It's, yeah.
For me, this is the first time I learn about this. That's why I thought like something huge. Anyway, also, I want to talk about the letter from Paul, 7L. It is late handout distribution.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to ask the city manager about the map. If you can explain what exactly the map show us, and if it's really show what it show, if you can have explanation for that.
Yeah, can you hold on for a second, Maz? Has everybody had a chance to see what Maz is referring to? It was in
Yeah,
our,
the Paul Wattau email.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, he emailed us and he have a handout. He emailed it
Yeah,
yesterday.
it doesn't look right on the face of it, so we just need to have a sense of.
This is the sidewalk snow clearing
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
item. At the end of last snow season, if you will, we had a city employee express some concerns, a transit driver, so someone that's frequently going through neighborhoods, that there were a number of children in that particular neighborhood that were forced to walk on the street. So it was an observation of a transit driver that the sidewalks were not being cleared on a regular basis in that neighborhood, and it was forcing some children into the streets, perhaps in some unsafe situations. So we made note of that, and then on the first snowfall this year, we went out to check on that. As you know, the vast majority of our responses during the snow events are on a complaint basis. However, in this case, we felt some responsibility to go out and take a look at that. So we did issue notice of violations to this general area for those that weren't compliant with clearing the snow. It was 24 hours after the snowfall ended. We met all the standards that we need to meet. And keep in mind, a notice of violation is not necessarily a ticket. It's putting them on notice that there's a violation that they need to remedy. So that was done in this area. In your information packet this week on Thursday, you're going to get a kind of comprehensive overview of our snow removal procedures, both on street and on sidewalks, so you can become more familiar with how we handle those complaints. I think, if you recall, last year we had well over 1,000 complaints come into the city on sidewalks that weren't cleared with snow. We hear it loud from both sides, and we get, frankly, beat up from both sides. People that say we're not aggressive enough with clearing snow, and then people say that we're way too aggressive and punitive when it comes to it. It's a difficult situation. We try to make sure that we follow the procedures for that reason, so that we can be clear and consistent. However, I think the difference in this piece was we were proactive in this piece based on the complaint we had from our transit driver last year, as opposed to waiting for a complaint in this area. So we are hoping to get out early and make notice of that. I think you also know we do put out a lot of communication on the sidewalk snow clearing responsibilities. It's hard for us to get into every household. They know that we do our best through social media, through Nextdoor and other measures, but sometimes you have to go out and issue those notice of violations so that people know those responsibilities without incurring the costs that come with violations.
My only comment on that is, first of all, I think staff was acting in the best of faith with this, I think in terms of their safety obligations. The only thing I would go back to is one of my very first seminars I went to after I was elected 4 years ago, where they talked about one of the problems with if it's totally complaint-based, it can have disproportionate impact on certain neighborhoods if it's only complaint-based. So I think it's sort of a balance. I think obviously health and safety is absolutely critical. We need to make sure we do that. But that was sort of one of the first things that I learned, and I've channeled Kingsley Botchwa, I give him a shout out on that. Are there ways in which, when we're acting in the best of faith, if it's based upon that complaint, we could have a disproportionate impact on certain neighborhoods? So I think he's highlighting not necessarily the fact that the notice was given, but that was in the certain neighborhood, and the optics, if not the substance, are extremely concerning. So my thought process going forward would be, obviously staff has a very tough job, and health and safety is absolutely critical. Keep doing a great work. But if we could just make sure that we're continuing to make sure that next map looks like, and by the way, I should confess, I've gotten those notices while I've served on council, so we're not exempt from that, and I live on Court Street, so I mostly try to do a good job, but I didn't love that either, but it's the health and safety issue, so, and I know they do go throughout the neighborhoods, but the optics did not look very good there.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there were notices issued in other parts of the community. And on the equity issue, I completely understand that, but the equity issue works both ways, right?
Yeah,
If we're not
yeah.
enforcing in certain neighborhoods,
That's
and
right.
those residents in those neighborhoods don't have access to clear sidewalks, there's some equity issues there too.
Yep.
So I think it was a good.
It's a tough issue.
I mean, it's a good intro to the snow season for us, and a reminder how sensitive this issue is. And again, we'll try to be clear and consistent. We don't want to be punitive. Our goal is just that we get compliance, and sometimes that initial notice of violation is a scary thing to receive, particularly if you're not familiar with our system. But again, our hope going forward is that those people and other people that get those notice of violations then just become a little bit more aware of those responsibilities. I understand the optics are bad on this, and we'll continue to do our best as staff on snow removal. I expect after you get that memo and this week's IP, you're probably going to want to talk about this again, because for those of you that remain on council through the season, if our winter is anything like last year, you will be hearing about it too, probably.
Yes.
So there will be more equitably distributed, proactive inspection, is that?
We try. Now, we get to a situation like we had last year. We didn't have a moment to hardly catch our breath. The inspectors didn't. It was complaint basis only, and we were struggling to keep up with just the complaints. Our housing inspectors are the one that go out there and do this, and it's a exhaustive process. We have to wait the 24 hours after the snowfall. We have to document the conditions. We have to come back and document the conditions after a period of time. So it's not just a complaint that takes 10 minutes to go respond to. Each complaint takes a considerable amount of time to analyze and to enforce, and ultimately, if you have to hire, we hire a contractor to clear, and so it can be a pretty time-consuming process.
Well, I can say I have slipped on thick ice, thickly iced sidewalks before, fallen down and hit my head. I had to go to the emergency ward at Mercy once. And that, I know y'all are thinking the consequences are obvious that I hit my head, but nonetheless, it's a serious problem. We've got to keep the sidewalks clear in the winter. And it is a challenge, as Jeff notes quite rightly.
I really agree with you, but still we need equal distribution, so we are not going to have map like this. Thank you for the hard work that our city people does. I know that you work hard, especially during winter time. This is really shout out to all the employees who care about us during winter time. And
in this week's memo on this topic, there is a map in there that shows where the complaints were last year. And I think that, looking at an entire season will give you a better representation of where our efforts are throughout the year.
Okay.
And for 6G, I just want to really shout out and thank you, the Housing Authority, for pursuing this additional rental assistance voucher. Thank you, because this is really huge to the city.
Yep.
That's what I want to say on this, and I don't think I have another one. That's
Any
it.
other agenda items? I'm going to mention item 11, which is repeal of the rental permit moratorium. I want to give you a heads up that I'm going to invite a motion to defer action on this particular topic until the December 17th meeting. And I can explain why when we get to the meeting, but I just want to give you a heads up that I will be doing that.
Sure.
Any other agenda items? Can we turn to the information packet? October 21? I'm sorry, November 21.
It says October, but
Yeah.
it's a typo.
I don't have any.
Okay, let's move to November 28th. My birthday, yay!
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Oh, was it? Oh, darn
27th.
it.
Not your
Right, it was the
birthday.
27th.
Close.
Yeah,
First
well,
bubble.
Yeah.
I don't want to bust your
My
bubble.
grandmother's birthday.
It was early.
I'll just note IP number 5, which is a letter from MediaCom concerning rate adjustments. I mean, I just observe it. It's not a happy situation.
Oh, along with IP3 on the previous one, the removal of channels.
The
so-
channels,
yeah.
exactly.
So removing channels
right.
on one, raising the prices on the next one.
Yeah, and but they provide an explanation as to why they're doing it. It strikes me as a believable explanation, but there you go. Okay, November 27th, and going once, going twice. Okay, we'll move on. Council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. For today, we'll start with Bruce and move to the left.
I actually have no, well, let me go there really quickly. Oh, I have no committee reports to update.
Okay. Pauline,
I do not either.
Susan,
No, I do not either.
John,
No.
Rockne,
None.
Mazza here.
No.
Okay, I'll report on the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board meeting of November to the 21st. So I heard 3 things that I want you to know about. First, Josh has received a consultant's economic impact analysis for a possible East Side Sports Complex. I've talked with Jeff about it. Jeff had received a copy of that as well. It basically concludes that a smaller scale version would be more appropriate, but even there, I think they have questions about it. And you can fill in some details because you've read the full report and I haven't, Jeff.
I don't think it's necessarily calling for a smaller scale. What the market report intended to do was look at the attractiveness of that facility should it be built for destination tournaments. And so it was trying to quantify an economic impact. And so it looks at your competitors that are out there in the Cedar Rapids Metro, the Quad Cities Metro, Dubuque, Des Moines, and it tries to position your facility plans and determine what you could expect as a kind of a catchment rate for tournaments. And I think to try to summarize it, it's not going to be the major tournament attractor that perhaps we had hoped and the Visitors Bureau had hoped. We do feel that a facility of that size is still needed to meet local demand, and not, when I say local, not just Iowa City, but a smaller radius of eastern Iowa. However, it's just not going to be a facility given some of the competitive type of facilities that have been built that's going to draw in teams from, say, Illinois and Wisconsin and Missouri. You're not going to get a whole lot of that with the planned facility that we have. But it still makes it clear that, in their view, there is demand for that type of facility.
Thanks, Jeff. It's a more accurate characterization of the study. Appreciate you clarifying it. The second thing I heard from Josh has to do with their Bravo Awards event that's going to take place on December the 11th. One of the speakers is going to be discussing enrollment projections for colleges and universities. Some of you probably know that there has been talk about projections that indicate something that I think is being called an enrollment cliff, where enrollments are likely to decline precipitously as a result of demographic trends. So that has potential implications for Kirkwood and for the University of Iowa, as well as colleges and universities around the country. So it might be helpful for any of you who can to attend the Bravo Awards event. It's going to be at the Marriott in Coralville.
I'm going.
Yeah, I intend to as well. To hear and see that a presentation on that topic, because it has considerable implications for development projects that the council will be asked to review and so on. And you'll have to have that kind of information in mind when looking at those development projects and any others that come forward. The last thing I want to mention, without going into any detail, has to do with a report concerning RAGBRAI's net income for the past several years, including the most recent year. And there's certain aspects of those financial reports that are worrisome, not illegal. I'm not trying to suggest anything like that, but just troublesome for Josh. And he had some things to say about it during the CVB meeting. I'd be happy to talk with any of you in detail about it separately. That's what I wanted to mention. Now, the Partnership for Alcohol Safety is going to meet on December the 19th, and some of you may know that Melissa Shivers, who has been the co-chair of that committee in the past, is leaving the university, so she will no longer play that role.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it for me. Anything else anybody needs to report?
No, thank you.
Okay, good. Well, we can stop the work session there and reconvene at 7 for the formal meeting. I'd like to call to order the regular formal meeting of the Iowa City City Council for December the 3rd, 2019. Roll call, please.
Cole.
Here.
Mims.
Here.
Salee.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Teague.
Here?
Thomas.
Here.
Throgmorton.
Here. Item 2, proclamations. We have one proclamation to read tonight, proclaiming Human Rights Day. Whereas the city of Iowa City is committed to the pursuit of equality, dignity, and justice for all, and whereas the Universal Declaration of Human Rights asserts recognition of the inherent dignity of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace, and whereas freedom of opinion and freedom of expression are fundamental human rights protected in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and given legal force through all major international and regional human rights treaties. And whereas the scope of the right to freedom of expression is broad, the right to freedom of expression is not an absolute right. And whereas hate speech is an intense and irrational emotion of contempt, hostility, and detestation towards an individual or group, and awareness of nonviolent principles and practices is a powerful way to heal and transform our lives and communities, to recognize the dignity and worth of every human being, and to promote peace and harmony among all people. And whereas it takes a community together to pledge to stand up to all forms of hate, bigotry, and bullying, to not stay silent in the face of intolerance based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, or any other identity. And whereas creating dialogue and new relationships is really what makes this effort meaningful. And whereas the Iowa City Human Rights Commission, the Iowa City Police Department, the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, the University of Iowa, and the Iowa United Nations Association worked together to produce Unite, Don't Fight, an informational brochure explaining how our community can take a stand against hate speech. Now, therefore, I, James A. Throgmorton, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim December the 10th, 2019, to be Human Rights Day in Iowa City, Iowa, and encourage all residents to join together to fight against hate in our community. I think there are two people who are going to accept this proclamation. Joe and Andrea, could you come up, please? Or just Andrea?
Joe.
Please state your name, Andrea, and sign in, I guess. Is it, we have to do that, right? No, just state your name.
State my name for the record.
Yeah.
Andrea Cohen. Mayor, councilors, thank you. On October 31st, 2018, a hate group stood on Ann Cleary Walkway, not far from where Iowa UNA stood collecting product and money for our Empower Her campaign, partnering with people and organizations around the state on donation drives for feminine hygiene products and financial support for women and girls locally and globally. After a while, a crowd of university students formed around the hate speech group, engaging in vain in trying to out-debate them. I asked a member of the hate group to respect the views of others. The young woman launched into a tirade of hate for others. I stood there speechless. That feeling of powerlessness motivated this hate speech brochure, which you'll all get a copy, and it's available on the iowacity.gov website, and if you call the Human Rights Commission. Its aim is to educate, to provide first steps if confronted by hate speech, and to urge the city community to stand up to hate speech. Profound thanks go to the subcommittee of the Iowa City Human Rights Commission, Kathy McGinnis, Bijou Maliabo, and Joe Coulter, Iowa UNA interns Ryan Leparsky and Alona Montgomery, Captain Denise Brotherton of the Iowa City Police Department, Detective Sergeant Brad Kunkel of the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, and Nikki Hodis and Tabitha Wiggins of the University of Iowa Office of Dean of Students. We cared and worked hard. Thank you also to Stephanie Bowers for her unwavering support and to Amna Hyder for her editing and design skills, making the hate speech look really good. The rhetoric of hate. During the Nazi regime from 1933 to 1945, Hitler used words to disseminate hate, creating prejudice and intolerance against Jews, which ultimately resulted in the deaths of 6 million Jewish men, women, and children, including my grandparents. Further attacks focused on gays, Roma, and Sinti, the physically and mentally disabled. In short, anyone targeted as non-Aryan. Cultivated hatred. The Rwandan genocide was preceded by the radio station RTLM, allied with leaders of the government, inciting Hutus against the Tutsi minority, repeatedly describing the latter as Inyenzi, or cockroaches, and as Inzoki, or snakes, urging its listeners to exterminate the cockroaches. Dehumanization. People are easily influenced. The words people use and the way they say them have profound effect on us. They can also tap into our desire to fit in with the crowd. If people are told that the majority of other people are doing something or believe in something, then some, though not all, will follow suit to avoid being different or singled out or ostracized. Before there's a hate crime, there's hate speech. Words are like bullets. They can kill the soul. Hate speech is an attack on everything that makes someone who she is. Religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color of eyes, skin, hair, descent, gender. One of the ways to fight hate speech is through social cohesion, working together to educate and mobilize all community members to turn the word speech into a verb of positive action. When our social infrastructure is robust, it fosters contact, mutual support, and collaboration among friends and neighbors. When degraded, it inhibits social activity, leaving people to fend for themselves. The social glue comes undone. If words can propagate hate, they can also be used to spread love, tolerance, and understanding. They can be used to promote community cohesion and the belief that even if you don't agree with someone's ideals or subscribe to their beliefs, you can respect them or live alongside them in harmony. No one should ever feel as tongue-tied as I did that Halloween in 2018 when confronted with the vehemence of hateful words. No one should suffer after being bullied by painful words. It is my profound hope that our hate speech brochure signals the start of a community speaking tolerance and understanding. On a personal note, I just wanted to say it has been a pleasure living in Iowa City, an honor working on the Human Rights Commission, and rewarding working with the city as an executive director of the Iowa United Nations Association. We are off home to the Netherlands at the end of the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, we'll move on to item 3, well, actually, items 3 through 7, which is the consent calendar. I'd like to invite a motion to approve items 3 through 7 as amended, which involves pulling item 6C for separate consideration and deferring items 6K, 6L, and 6M.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mem, seconded by Saleh. Discussion. I wanted to mention, actually to call out, to name 3 items. So one is item 6F, which is the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019, a resolution urging the United States Congress to enact the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019. Also, I wanted to mention item 6J, which has to do with amending the budgeted positions in the Neighborhood Services Division by adding 1.63 full-time equivalent housing program assistant position because we got 60 new housing vouchers from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for people with disabilities currently experiencing homelessness, previously experienced homelessness, and currently a client in permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing project, or those at risk of experiencing homelessness. So I'm very pleased about those additional vouchers. And last, I wanted to name the, where's this other item? 6P, which is a methane feasibility study. We're going to be contracting with an engineering company to provide engineering consultant services for a methane feasibility study project that has to do with our landfill and our wastewater treatment plant. And some of you already know that methane is a very intense global warming gas. So if we can control our emissions of it, we're helping out in the general challenge having to do with climate action. So there's those things. Any further discussion on the part? Anybody in the public want to speak to any one of these items that are in the consent calendar? Jamie, did you? Please state your name and write it down as well, Jamie.
So my name is James McCoy, and I'm the endorsements coordinator for the Iowa City chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby. And I wanted to thank the Iowa City Council for its previous endorsement of the carbon fee and dividend concept and your receptiveness to supporting the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividends Act. The resolution being considered tonight is for support of H.R. 763, which is the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividends Act, which took the previous council-endorsed concept and converted it into an actual bill through the sausage-making process of bipartisan negotiation. As I previously shared with John Thomas, the result of this is actually very good sausage. The bill likely has broader appeal than the original concept by exempting farm and military fuels without significantly diminishing its effectiveness. It has built-in evaluation mechanisms to ensure it's achieving its purpose. It's not the whole solution, but it's a significant step in solving the climate crisis. And the Iowa City this Iowa City chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby enthusiastically supports the adoption of this resolution. Thanks to you all.
Thank you, Jamie. Would anybody else like to address any other topic that's in this consent calendar? Okay, seeing no one, council discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call, please.
Call?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Taylor?
Yes, well, and we're going to discuss, like 6C, we can discuss, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Could I have a motion to approve item 6C, Personnel Policies Update, November 2019? This is a resolution rescinding resolution number 17-198 and adopting updated personnel policies.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Salee, seconded by Teague. Discussion.
First, I'd like to say, with all due respect, I appreciate the memo we received from Jeff Fruin, but I just think it would be wrong for us as a council at this time to sign off on this without the whole picture and rationale for changes and input from the union. This was not resolved to my satisfaction with the concerns I voiced at the last meeting, and I'm disappointed to see that it was presented again with a memo dated 11/25 from HR stating changes were shared with AFSCME with an offer to meet and discuss changes, but that was last Monday, which was almost a week after when it was first requested that this be shared with the union. And it also was the Monday before the holiday, and so the union didn't really have a chance to reply, because that was Monday before the Tuesday, which then packet information was due on the Wednesday, and then there was the holiday. That gave them very little time to respond to this, and I would like to see that they have more input in this, because that's not acceptable. That was not the request that we'd asked. The summary we got in the resolution presented to us listed what was referred to as the key changes, which contain new articles. But my experience, which I've negotiated many contracts and read and look between the lines in many personnel policy books and manuals to look further into any and all the changes. And as I was looking, because what we're being asked to do is pass the resolution that adopts these updated personnel policies, but not all of them were listed. We weren't given all of the information to approve of this. One of them stood out for me that I saw that especially people who have run for office will appreciate this. It was page 19, which is now on page 10. Previously read, an employee who becomes a candidate for public office shall, upon request, be given a leave of absence without pay. The new wording is an employee who becomes a candidate for public office may request a leave of absence without pay. That's a very different statement than what was previously. And those are the kinds of things that I'm finding as I comb through this new manual. And so I'm sorry, I just cannot sign off at this until we get all of the information, the changes, the rationale behind the changes, and further input from the union.
I agree with you, Pauline, because that's what the main reason for delaying this is to contact the unions and let the union review it. And if there is change, why they don't want to give a chance to the union to review it? Maybe that you did, but the timing wasn't enough. I hope we can defer this again and we give them more time to review, because this is have to go. If there is a minor change, the union have to know there is a minor change and if they are agreed to this minor change or not. I hope we can defer it again and give them a chance to review it.
Jeff, what's the staff's perspective?
Yeah, I just want to say, I did exactly what I said I was going to do at the last meeting. The memo is dated the 25th. On the 20th, which is the day after the meeting, I contacted the union and offered to meet, okay? So it wasn't a situation of me waiting until the day before the holiday or a couple days before the holiday. AFSCME was fully aware of this. They requested the deferral, so it's not like they just found out about this before Thanksgiving. So I don't think the way that you described that was very fair to how staff handled it. At the meeting, we described exactly how we were going to handle it. We were going to offer to meet with the union, which we did the very next morning after the meeting. And then we have to get the packet out. We said we were going to put it back on the agenda. I told you, I feel this is routine changes. If I felt there was anything significant, I wouldn't hide that. I hope you know me better to know I wouldn't try to slip something in here that's going to radically, change our personnel policies. If I didn't feel it was routine, we wouldn't have put it on the next one. But I told you at the meeting that we feel this is routine. We're happy to give the union chance to comment. As of the packet date, we didn't get any comments. So my choice was continue to hold it or follow through on what I said I was going to do, which is put it back on. So if you want to defer it, that's fine. If you want us to negotiate personnel policies, which is highly unusual, that's fine. What I suggest and what I think is appropriate in this case is that you consider the personnel policies on the merits of the personnel policies, and you can always change them. And I've communicated to the union, and I'll communicate to the other two unions, and I'll communicate to non-union employees that I am more than willing to sit down and discuss any of these policies. And I think the employees know me well enough to know that I'm very approachable and open to these discussions. So I think I followed through on what I said I was going to do. I recommend you pass these, and then if concerns are raised, come back and consider changes. But I don't think it's appropriate to continue to defer and set up a situation in which we're negotiating. This isn't a collective bargaining agreement. These are routine changes. This wasn't a from scratch document or brand new policies that we were putting out. I can respond, and I had the same conversation. The union brought up their concern today on the leave without pay issue. I can respond to that. If you'd like to go into details on any one of these, I'm happy to do that today. There's a very reasonable explanation I think you'll find for the change in that language. And by the way, that language doesn't apply to the AFSCME employees because they have a collective bargaining agreement that has language that trumps the personnel policies.
You just said that this is routine, and you repeated the same thing that you said last meeting, and we also, after you said it, we said, okay, let the union see it, and just negotiate it, and after that they come back to us. But I think they just feel like there is no time then did they ask you for more time? Have they?
Yes, they asked today. I got a note this morning to meet, and I met with them probably within an hour and a half. I made time on my schedule to meet with them, and they asked for deferral a few hours before the council meeting starts. So I said no, because my recommendation is that we continue to move this, we move approval on the personnel policies. And then I very openly said, I am happy to sit down with you. They want to bring their business agent in for the discussion. I'm happy to sit down with her as well. And again, I would extend that same offer to the police or fire or to non-union employees and have a discussion.
I just
so to
believe
that
this
point,
is.
though, Jeff-
I'm sorry, just
Okay.
Rockne, let me just finish what my point. I said that because it doesn't make sense to us. We asked this to be deferred for a reason, and that reason is not being fulfilled, and this has come back to us again. You know, and even though they asked you today and you said no, I guess before you said that, you should have think about why the council deferred it. We defer it so we have input from them. And since we don't have the input from them, we should still defer it. I'm not saying that, like, nothing against you, but that's what we asked last time, and I think we need the input from the union.
Okay, let's hear from other council people.
Well, I think to that point, Jeff, you had indicated that you would be willing to discuss and negotiate this with the individual. I think you had said that you would be willing to do that.
That's where this is personnel policies that you adopt, and you adopt them for a reason. They're not administrative. We recommend them to you. But I think you need to understand that there's a clear distinction between personnel policies and collective bargaining agreements. Those are two very different things. I have never heard or been a part of any organization that negotiates personnel policies. That's just a highly unusual. To collect feedback and to take that feedback into account, both for me as city manager and for you to council, that's routine, that's common. But to sit down and negotiate for a document that covers multiple unions.
So at
and
least
non-union-
my position is that I would like at least the feedback from the various stakeholders before council adopts. So my position is that I would request that there be a stay pending further discussion with the affected stakeholders.
All right, but, if that's the case, then both parties need to commit to meeting sometime before our next meeting so that we can vote next meeting and not come back and have somebody say we need to defer again. Okay, so if that's the understanding, then I personally would be willing to defer to the December 17th meeting. If both parties will not commit to just doing that, I want to vote tonight.
Well, Jim, I think along with that, I think a word has been used erroneously, because my intention is not negotiations with the union, obviously not, because that would be the collective bargaining. It's the sitting down and discussing. They need to be aware of what's in the personnel policy manual and why there were changes, what the changes are. And as we do, we don't blindly vote on things, approving things, and that's kind of what I think we're being asked here, because we didn't see all of the changes. That's all that I'm asking.
But the other council members have a view about this?
Well, I would like to see it resolved by our next meeting.
Right.
But that's my one request.
Well, I would agree it needs to be resolved by the next meeting. I'm disappointed that if Jeff reached out to the union the day after our last meeting, which was 2 weeks ago today, that they weren't able to sit down. And again, it is not a negotiation. I've negotiated union contracts as well, from the union side, not the management side, many times. And again, this is not a union contract. We have 3 unions. We have a lot of non-unionized personnel. And so if the only concerns are being heard from AFSCME, I am comfortable going ahead and voting on this. And as Jeff said, we can always come back if there are, items that after input from them or any other employees, we decide. I mean, we've had it in front of us for 3 weeks. So if as counselors we haven't read it and aren't comfortable with it, then, and don't have specific questions about it, then I would say as counselors we haven't done our job in reading through it and asking the questions of what we aren't comfortable with. So I'm prepared to vote on it tonight.
Bruce?
Yeah, so one of the things that stick out for me is that this typically isn't something that ASME has been involved with, from my understanding. And so my number one question is, what is it right now that maybe sends up a red flag for them to say, hey, this is an item that I want to research, read a little more into because I have concerns. If it is just there's a new policy and I have concern because I haven't read it, that is a different conversation. Pauline, you did make mention of, changing the word from can to may. And of course, the difference is huge. And so if there's something that is, needing to be explained, I think Jeff just offered, he can explain the can to may. Otherwise, if there is nothing right now in this moment that is identified as a concern, then I believe that we do vote. And then if there is something that, at any point, if there's a policy that comes with concern, staff is willing, as well as any counselor is willing. I did read through the policy. Nothing really stood out to me as being concerning. But again, my lens may not have been ASME lens, and I do know that they may look at things from a different angle. So from me, if there's no one right now stating that this is my concern, if it's can or may, I just heard that, we asked Jeff, why did that happen? Otherwise, I do believe that we should be prepared to vote on it based on what is in the packet.
So do we need to do a vote on the motion to defer?
There is no
Yes.
There is no motion.
There is no motion yet.
You need to make the motion.
Okay, so I move
There's
to
a
defer.
motion to approve, but
Would we need to deny
if we
that?
wanted to defer, how would we proceed? Would we vote on the motion to approve and vote that down, or what?
The motion to
defer.
defer takes priority, so if there's a motion to defer and it's seconded, then you're going to vote on that.
Okay, I would like to invite a motion to defer to December 17th, knowing that the interested parties will have read the document, will have shared their thoughts, and that we will vote on the 17th, up or down.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Soleil.
Yep.
Okay, discussion?
We discuss it.
Hearing none, roll call? No.
It's a voice
All-
vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-2 if we're counting. This has been passed out, but we haven't had a motion to accept correspondence. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence for this particular document, which has to do with whatever that item was in the consent calendar?
So moved.
Move. Second.
The hate speech brochure.
Thank you. John, did you make the motion? Moved by Thomas, seconded by Soleil.
Soleil.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Moving on to item 8, community comment. This is a moment when anybody who would like to discuss, address any topic that's not on the formal meeting agenda should feel free to come up and speak to us about it. We have several public hearings tonight. I would like to ask you to keep your comments to not more than 3 minutes per person so that we can work our way through the public hearings. Good evening, young man.
Good evening, young mayor, soon to retire. Thank you for all your good work. It's Human Rights Day pronouncement today, and I would like to just put a fine point on that. We don't have human rights and human dignity and social dignity and rights if we don't have economic dignity and rights. And we have great inequality right now. And a lot of hate speech comes at times when there is a lot of inequality. Somebody mentioned Nazism in the 40s and 30s, and half my mother's family were exterminated. And it was during a depressed time in Germany. and inequality was extremely high. The people were easily moved. So I would say that right now in our country is the most unequal that it has been since the Great Depression. Many economists say that we are in a recession still for those who are below the lower two-thirds. So my suggestion to the council is, please, of all those 7 items up there, I think that one should be inequality, and that the council today and in the future for 2020 should figure out how better to deal with this. You know, it's an interesting point that 90% of the wealth in this country is owned by 10%. How is it that, say, for instance, presidential elections are so tight? Why aren't they runaway? How come, you know? It should be about the people who are working classes, the same in the town and the city as with the country. And I think we should go for it. We're all in this together, right? We're all in this together. None of us own shopping malls and department centers and hotels and whatnot. We're all trying to do this. So we have to work in 2020 to erase as much inequality and put that on the priority list, as well as global stewardship. And if we can keep those 2 things in mind, I think that we'll have a good year. Thank you so much to the councilors who are retiring, and welcome back, welcome in to the new councilors who came through the elections this time around. Thank you, every one of you.
Thank you, Brandon. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, we'll move to item 9, planning and zoning matters. 9A, rezoning South Gilbert Street and Highland Avenue. This is an ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 1.15 acres of land located at the northeast corner of South Gilbert Street and Highland Avenue from intensive commercial CI1 zone to Riverfront Crossing South Gilbert RFC-SG zone. I'll open the public hearing. Good evening, Danielle.
Good evening, Mayor. Danielle Sitzman, Neighborhood and Development Services, she, her, hers. This is a rezoning of property, as you mentioned, at South Gilbert Street and Highland, currently zoned CI1, requesting a rezoning to a Riverfront Crossing zoning district, South Gilbert Street sub-district, highlighted here in the boundary shown in white. It's background, a little bit of background about the information. It's currently the Come and Go site, gas station on the corner, owned by one property owner interested in purchasing the property to the east to combine it all into one lot for redevelopment, again, for quick vehicle servicing, Come and Go gas station. The proposed redevelopment will expand the floor area of the convenience store and add some additional gas pumps. They did go through the Good Neighbor meeting policy and held a Good Neighbor meeting on October 23rd. Some of the neighboring property owners did attend that meeting and had comments and concerns about how construction would proceed and what disruption they might experience. Generally, the applicant's position is that they'll be able to accommodate all of redevelopment on their site without impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Currently, the subject property does contain, as I said, a gas station built in the early 90s and some commercial condos built in the mid-50s. It has several points of access to both South Gilbert Street, the East 3rd Street to the north, and Highland Avenue to the south, which is non-conforming. Our current access management plan would limit the number of access points to fewer than that. So that is something that we'll discuss when we talk briefly about traffic in this site and redevelopment. The applicant did share a preliminary concept for the site. This is very preliminary. The site would be subject to Riverfront Crossings form-based code, and so this site would have to be evaluated with those standards. Generally, the form-based code encourages development to the corner with parking either behind or to the side of buildings. We will continue to work with the applicant as they refine that concept. This is the regulating plan contained in the form-based code showing the property highlighted in red in the South Gilbert subdistrict. It's intended for high-intensity mixed-use development and encouraging uses similar to what we've seen elsewhere in that district as it redevelops. As I said, it does require businesses to be oriented towards the street with parking concealed behind the building. As staff goes through a rezoning request, we review several criteria, including comprehensive plan conformance and compatibility with the existing neighborhood. In this case, on the right-hand side of the slide is the mock-up that was part of the the district plan for the riverfront crossings, as well as showing a building oriented towards the corner. As I said, this would go through form-based code review and would ensure compliance with the district plan in that way. There are also some access management issues, traffic and circulation, and then the character of the neighborhood is largely retail, so this does fit in with that neighborhood. Talking a little bit about traffic, as I said, positioned at a corner with multiple access points surrounding the building, rather high traffic count due to the proximity to the highway to the south. South Gilbert Street does create some issues with congestion because of the proximity to intersections. Also, the street to the south of the site is one of the few crossings for the Crandick Railroad. As you probably know, traffic volumes and turning movements at traffic lights and poor access management lead to an unsafe condition for pedestrians and vehicles, creating decision points that would not necessarily need to be there. As I said, the pedestrian environment is also very important. That's one of the aspects of the form-based code. As we've rezoned properties throughout the South Gilbert Street corridor, the city has ensured that additional right-of-way be secured so that future improvements to South Gilbert Street can incorporate improvements for the pedestrians in this corridor. So that is a condition that staff has included in this application. So as far as next steps, we're at the stage highlighted in blue here, the rezoning from the conventional zoning district to the riverfront crossing zoning district. The next step for this site will actually include an appearance before the Board of Adjustment for a special exception for quick vehicle servicing. That is a requirement for this particular use in this district. And then, of course, review for form-based code compliance and site plan. Based on the review of the relevant criteria, staff does recommend approval of the proposed rezoning with two conditions. First, dealing with closing access points to the streets to limit access to the site to one only, and that be oriented on Highland Avenue to the south. A second condition is that the applicant must dedicate that additional right-of-way along South Gilbert Street to allow for future pedestrian improvements. At its meeting in November, the Planning and Zoning Commission also voted to support that recommendation with the conditions as noted by staff. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm not surprised that this is before council as far as just redoing the gas station, acquiring the properties adjacent to it. From what I see, I really don't have any concerns, I guess. I do appreciate the conditions by staff and also by the commissioners with not allowing access from Gilbert Street and only one access from Highland Avenue. That is a hard, I don't know how people are going to cross or get out. That is a hard corner for the business as far as in and out traffic. So, has there been thoughts about the traffic flow just with the one entrance?
They're only really in the preliminary concept stages, so, they have a larger site once they combine these two parcels together, so they have area to work with. They agreed to the conditional zoning agreement, so.
Okay. And then the quick vehicle service, what was that about that's going to?
Right. That particular use or gas station is considered a quick vehicle servicing and does need to get a special exception, which is a approval process through the Board of Adjustment. It's a process where they have to meet some general criteria and some specific ones for gas stations before they could operate that particular use on this site.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Are there other questions for Danielle?
This may be sort of a comment/question, but correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, we do not have any regulatory mechanism to require electric charging stations at these sorts of gas stations, so that would be something that would have to change into the future?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
The greenery that's shown in a couple of the photos, I mean, that's not, obviously is not required in the conditional zoning. Is that's something that the company
All of the
is willing to do?
the
or-
landscaping requirements would be part of the site plan review and some of the form-based code review. So we have standards in our code that would require landscaping of a certain size and height and number. So that would be reviewed at that point. I would take that concept as purely preliminary at this point.
I'd like to follow up on Rockney's question about recharging stations. Would you give the same answer to bike racks?
Bicycle parking is required by our code for certain uses. I don't know that this particular use has a requirement. It's typically for residential uses at a specific ratio, much like parking requirements are. But we could check that. That is something that we
Okay.
do regulate more than electric vehicle charging.
It would seem to me that we need to update our zoning code with regard to electric recharging stations and bike racks if we're serious about our climate action efforts. So I would recommend that staff put that on a list of actions to be pursuing. I'd also like to seek a clarification. I understand from reading the minutes of the Planning and Zoning Commission's meeting that there will be an entrance to the building from the Gilbert Street side.
The building would
Is that correct?
The building would be required to front the streets.
I understand, but I
right,
mean, in the
and-
minutes to the meeting, I think a spokesperson for Come and Go said that there would be an entrance to the building.
That would be a standard of the form-based code that would be enforced with that review.
Okay? All right, any other questions?
And that was, according to them, a different design than, say, the one that we saw on Muscatine and First and the one on Riverside Drive, because that just has the long wall with the glass, but there would be an entrance then.
I believe those also have entrances on those sides as well. They're just not into the front of their operation.
One comment I would make on the site plan review would be that, and there were some comments by P&Z on the use of pervious paving.
Right.
And which would relate to the storm drainage. It's a lot of paved area. So I don't know, there was some discussion in our climate action acceleration of revising our site plans with respect to landscape tree plantings. I don't know if the timing on that is going to work in our favor in this case, but
It would likely not coincide with this application.
yeah. But I think even just placing the trees closer to the pavement, I know the illustrative is the illustrative and can change, but placing the trees as close as possible to the pavement would have a stormwater and urban heat island effect benefit because the canopy will retain stormwater in its canopy. So if we can get the trees closer to the pavement, that would be useful.
I'm struck by how much of the property is dedicated to parking. I think I noticed in the Planning and Zoning Commission's minutes that they discussed that some. It's not clear to me why so much parking, why the company thinks that so much parking is appropriate. What does the standard require? Do you happen to remember?
I do not have that with me tonight. I'm sure it's based on either square footage of the building or number of pumps or queuing for pumps or a combination of those. I can find that out for next time.
I think that would be instructive. I suppose that in the end, it's up to the Come and Go what to do. But it's like 3 times, maybe 4 times as much of the property is dedicated to parking and moving vehicles than to the facility itself. It's pretty striking. Okay, any other questions for Danielle? Thank you. Would anybody else like to address this topic? Hi there.
Good evening, Keith Wagan with CDA.
Nice to see you, Keith.
Thank you. 3405 Southeast Crossroads Drive, Grimes. Also with
Can
me,
you write your name down if you haven't already done
I
that?
will. Also with me tonight is Brittany Andreessen with Come and Go. I just wanted to add a few things to some of the comments that we had heard and some notes we had written down. In regards to bike parking, it is a standard for Come and Go to provide bike parking facilities.
good.
So I would anticipate at least room for a couple of bikes, if not more. We've been exploring other options for bike fix-it stations where there's higher bicycle activity in the area as well.
Well, it matters to us, because we do have an aggressive bike master plan.
Absolutely.
We do have an aggressive climate action plan. It matters to us.
Absolutely, absolutely. In comparison to the Muscatine store, this store would be very similar in size and shape to that. So generally the same square footage, hallway on the backside, street front access toward 3 of the 4 sides of the site with pedestrian connections and entrances onto Gilbert as well. In regards to parking and pavement, we certainly understand and appreciate your concerns regarding the amount of pavement. Traditionally, a site this size, our typical model would be in the 25 to 30 parking space range. So we've tried to bring that down a little less than what we typically would see, but there's a certain number of spaces that make the model work. There's a certain number of associate parking spaces. So that's really kind of what we're trying to juggle, is how can we minimize that but still make this model work at the same time. In regards to the large expanses of pavement, it really comes down to circulation of the site, and especially, we talked earlier about eliminating one of the accesses off of Highland. So we've got to start thinking about how do we get delivery trucks, how do we get fuel trucks in and out of the site, and do it in a safe manner so that it doesn't conflict with customers or associates that are working there as well. So some of those larger expanses of pavement are simply to do with that as well. So we have no objection to staff comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Keith. Anybody have any questions for Keith?
So with the parking and all the pavement, and I understand that you may mention that you'll have bike parking, which is great. But we also, as the mayor just stated, have this aggressive climate action and also bike plan within our community. And on Highway 1, which is right adjacent, an adjacent street, we're going to be having a bike lane over there, and it's going to be pretty busy right around that corner.
Sure.
So will you prepare, and you don't have to answer this, I guess I'll make a statement. It would be awesome and amazing if, some of this bike parking, there could be preparation made for electric charging stations where I don't understand all of what would make it possible, except something electric to, plug in there. If you all would consider that, as well as if you would consider a bike fix-it station, or making sure that the preparation, whatever that means, is in place, because we would love for you all to help in our climate action, which is your climate action, because you're a part of the community. So that's all. I'll just say that it seemed like now would be a great opportunity to put that on the table and come back to council and say, hey, we're doing
Absolutely, for sure. I think it's absolutely something that Come and Go would consider. On stores recently, we have seen that become more common, especially bike fix-it stations. I can think of 3 stores off the top of my head recently that have accommodated electric charging stations for various vehicle types. I think there's some conversations back and forth with manufacturers and suppliers regarding that. So I don't know all the details about it, but I'm sure Come and Go would consider that.
Excellent.
That was my question.
Any other questions for Keith?
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to address this topic? Brandon?
Briefly, would a 0% carbon mandatory, at least a goal, would that be unreasonable to expect of all businesses, not just the present one, but with all the concrete and everything involved, that's a large carbon consideration. Does the city tax in a way that can actually put some funds into carbon reduction when, for instance, a business like this uses up those particular resources and creates a carbon footprint. So, my first thought was, well, what can they do? I mean, can they, you're going to tell them to fill half of their parking lot with trees? That would be cool, but apparently that's not going to work in that business model. But is there a way of the businesses to be responsible in taxation and for the city to make use of that to do good things?
Thank you, Brandon. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, I need to ask my fellow council members if they are inclined to vote in accordance with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to approve the rezoning. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing.
Move first consideration.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Slade. Discussion.
I really like this project, and I in particular like the amount of green that you were able to fit in, which I was very impressed with. I love the concept of being amenable to the bike infrastructure. I mean, it's close to Big Grove. I think it's really going to become a bike center, and so I think you are actually going to see the economics of that work for you. And I also want to compliment you. I was a little hard on Come and Go for Muscatine and First, but having seen that building play out in terms of the amount of glass and the design, very confident we'll get a very beautiful structure there that, traditionally we think convenience store. I think we do need to reconceive what we're thinking of with that. And I think this is going to be a real amenity for the district to really enhance the visual appeal. So I really appreciate what you guys have done with that. And because of that, I'm really in support of this particular project.
Anyone else?
I also like the project. I think particularly the aspect of reducing the access points. I mean, it's unbelievable that one little place now has 4 different access points. That's just unfathomable. So it will be nice to have the lower number of those. I love the trees. I hope you follow through with that, with the photos. I hope you listen to the impervious pavement for your parking. That's really great. And it's not that it's an eyesore now, but with all the improvements that are going along on Gilbert, it will be a nice improvement.
I think for me, I just like it, especially everything that you guys said about the trees and everything. But I hope you consider the electric charging stations, hopefully.
It's a gateway project in a way in the corner there, so it is an important piece of that part of Iowa City. So I'm looking forward to the improvements. I think it's moving in the right direction.
It'll be the first major one on the east side of South Gilbert to get improved since we started Riverfront Crossing. So
We want to see it. Yeah, so I agree with what people have been saying, and I'd reemphasize the electric vehicle recharging station. I think it's very clear that there's a strong impulse to transform the motor vehicle world to electricity rather than gasoline, and that's going to happen incrementally, but 10 years from now, things are likely to be very different than they are now. You know that better than I do. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of this. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes?
Cole?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thanks. Item 9B, rezoning Lehman Avenue and Soccer Park Road. This is an ordinance rezoning approximately 42.01 acres of land located south of Lehman Avenue and east of Soccer Park Road from interim development multifamily, IDRM, and rural residential, RR1, to low-density multifamily, RM12. But the applicant has requested indefinite deferral. Could I have a motion to defer indefinitely?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Soleil, seconded by Thomas. Discussion.
I just think this is a good idea to support the deferring, since we already have the Form Boy skill is going to be happening in this area, and we will wait and see what's going to come out of that, and after that, maybe the developer can reach out to us again. Thanks.
I agree. I
made it
think it
easy.
would be wise of a developer to see what comes out of that form-based code and regulating plan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Voice vote?
Voice vote.
Oh, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence from Michael Pugh, please?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Slay, seconded by Cole. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 9C, zoning code amendment related to utility-scale ground-mounted solar energy systems. This is an ordinance amending Title 14, zoning related to utility-scale ground-mounted solar energy systems. I'll open the public hearing. Good evening, Danielle.
Good evening. Thanks again. So this is a zoning code text change to advance an effort by the city to make an investment in renewable energy when possible as part of our climate action plan. The city has the opportunity to partner with, or is exploring opportunities to partner with Mid-American Energy for a solar facility on city-owned property near our water treatment plant north of I-80 and west of Dubuque Street. Our zoning code does not currently include regulations specifically for solar. We address solar in a couple other ways in our code that are less clear than we would like it to be for this particular opportunity. So this code amendment is written to address, while not a holistic solar approach, the opportunity to be nimble and respond to an opportunity that's before us at the moment. So, because our zoning code does not include regulations for solar of this scale, we would otherwise categorize it as large, as a basic utility use. Basic utility uses are allowed in industrial and commercial zones, but not in a public zone, which is what the land is that the city owns by the water treatment plant. Public zones are zones, two particular zoning districts, both P1 and P2. They include properties that are for schools, parks, police and fire stations, and other civic buildings owned or otherwise controlled by the county, the city, or the school district, or institutional property owned by state or federal government, such as university campuses, regional medical facilities, post offices, and other such places. So this would be, if the areas shown here would be where utility scale solar would currently be allowed under our current code, classified as a basic utility. So you can see those areas highlighted in green and blue. Two different processes for approval based on the zoning districts, but allowed in one way or another. The proposed code would create a new definition for utility scale solar, essentially defining it and then adding it to the public zone district in a way that would allow it to be more easily accessible for that type of property. It would include some additional approval criteria, which I'll walk through. So as far as definitions go, the proposed definition of a utility scale solar installation would be that it was ground mounted. So a solar energy system that is structurally mounted on the ground, not a roof, with a fairly large system footprint of at least an acre. So imagining solar collectors covering an acre or more, and be utility scale either for the production of energy on site potentially, or entirely off site, or a combination of the two. Something that large in area would potentially generate more energy than could be consumed on site. So like I showed you a moment ago, this is that map of where solar of this scale would currently be allowed. With the proposed changes, the area in blue is where a large scale, utility scale solar installation could be allowed. So it's just to toggle back and forth there a little bit. You can see that this would open up additional areas of opportunity for large scale solar. As I mentioned, there are several different methods for approval, whether something's allowed by right or what we would call provisionally, whether something has to go through an additional approval process by special exception with the Board of Adjustment, or whether it's simply just not allowed, like I said, in our public zones P1 and P2. So on this slide, you can see the comparison of how basic utilities would be regulated currently and how this proposed code change would allow for provisional, special exception, and new provisional standards in the public zone district. Let me go back a slide here, actually. So talking about the difference between provisional. Provisional means it's allowed by right, but it does need to meet certain additional requirements or provisions. The special exception is something that needs review and approval by a separate board, the Board of Adjustment. And often those uses need to meet general and additional criteria and approval by the board. And then simply not allowed is fairly obvious. So the staff has reviewed criteria and proposed ways to integrate this utility scale ground-mounted solar with some provisions that we think would address most of the concerns that would accompany a typical installation as was currently being considered. Some of these criteria are carried over from how we currently regulate basic utilities. That includes the 200-foot separation distance from residential zones. And then others of these criteria are based on staff research into other cities that have implemented codes similar to this and the advice of the American Planning Association when it comes to solar, utility scale solar, excuse me. So the provisions that would apply, like I said, have to do with separations, screening them from public view. There is an exemption for that screening when it's used in part for educational purposes. We see the opportunity here to champion a pilot project which would raise awareness, so clearly we wouldn't want to make that inaccessible to the public. It does need to have some requirements, though, to keep it secure from the public and to secure the equipment, so there's some fencing that would be allowed and some height restrictions on fencing, also basic heights of the equipment, and then also regulations having to do with if there is lighting on the site at night to avoid light pollution from that lighting, and also to ensure that the surfaces where the solar energy is being collected do not produce a harmful glare during the daytime. Obviously, the benefits of something like this help us further our climate action goals. We also think that while this isn't a holistic solar ordinance, it does give us an opportunity to be, like I said, nimble, respond to an opportunity before us. Also, it opens up the possibility for others who own land in the public category to perhaps pursue similar projects as this one, and further that renewable energy generation in the city. Also, because we are the landowner, we will be going through a process of a lease agreement or purchase agreement of some sort. So things that the ordinance might not cover could still be negotiated as part of that process individually as the property owner making a transaction with the energy company. So this is a zoning code text change. It came to you from the Planning Commission, and it is going through 3 readings tonight before you. Once it would be adopted, staff just begins enforcement of the new code. And at their November 7th meeting, by a vote of 7-0, the Planning Commission did recommend this to you. Be happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to start, Danielle, by saying how impressed I am by how quickly staff can produce nifty maps. I just asked Jeff earlier today if staff could produce and provide such maps for us tonight, showing the locations of these areas that would potentially be affected, and voila. Here they are. So thank you, Jeff, and thanks to staff for preparing the maps. Just wanted to get that out there first. So do any of you folks have questions for Danielle?
Just one maybe quick question relating to Mid-American's role in this. My recollection of the water treatment plant is that currently there's another energy utility that, is that another one, Jeff?
This is
Am
the
I confusing
wastewater.
that?
You're thinking of the wastewater
The
plant.
wastewater, okay. Question answered.
Good job. That's it.
But this does lead the way toward potentially at least development of a utility scale photovoltaic project on that property.
On the waste.
So, I mean, we're aware of that, and
Correct, and that would, if we're able to reach agreement with Mid-American, that will come back to you in the form of a lease agreement. So you're really just paving the way through the text amendments. You will get a chance to review a detailed lease agreement if we're able to negotiate that.
It seems like a win-win situation, because for Mid-American also, they're going to be able to achieve their goals of their energy production via this solar and their wind.
well, not production, but also visibility.
Visibility.
That's a huge thing, I believe, for them. Okay, any other questions for Danielle? Thank you. Would anybody else like to address this topic? Okay, seeing no one, I need to ask my fellow council members if you're inclined to vote in accordance with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to approve this zoning code amendment.
Yes.
I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, so I'm going to close the public hearing.
Move first consideration.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Salim. Discussion.
Well, I guess I'll just start off. I think it's really fun to see this sort of, these technical amendments is the actual implementation of when we talk about sort of these broad brush, goals that we have. Because I think anytime we set these really high standards, the question is, how are you going to do it? How are you going to get there? And is it feasible? Is this going to achieve everything we want to achieve? No, it's not. But I think this is really good. I think the maps, I'm glad, Mayor, that you asked for that. That's really what we're looking at. And and most of these will still be provisional, so they'll still go through a process in order to be able to get it. But to get that visible solar infrastructure that we can get throughout the community to meet our goals and to remove some of those restrictions that we currently have, it's just fun to see that come to fruition. And again, we give kudos to the staff for taking these sort of abstractions and making them into reality. So great work, and I'm happy to support it.
Yeah, and I think also, you mentioned the maps, and if I'm understanding this right, and we're looking at installations that are at least an acre in size and on public property, people should not look at that map and think that we're going to have these all over in all those blue areas, because one, you've got to have at least an acre, and two, then you've got to have the separation from residential, et cetera, et cetera. So even within all those blue areas on the maps, there's probably a limited number of sites that this is actually
But
feasible.
it's not just public property, right? I mean, it's property zoned in various ways.
Yeah, it's the blue property that you saw. It would be the public property. So think of our parks, our facilities, school district grounds. That's what you were seeing. That's the big expanse of blue that came up.
Any other discussion? All right, good deal. Roll call, please.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Throgmorton,
Yes?
Cole,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 9D, zoning code amendment related to the riverfront crossings affordable housing requirements. This is an ordinance amending Title 14 zoning code of the Iowa City Code related to the riverfront crossings affordable housing requirements. And it's second consideration, but staff has requested expedited action. Could I have a motion to waive second consideration, please?
I move that the rule requiring the ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, the second consideration and vote be waived, and the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Taylor. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Throgmorton,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Move final adoption at this time.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Thomas. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Throgmorton,
Yes?
Cole,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 9E, zoning code amendment related to single-family site development standards. This is an ordinance amending Title 14 zoning of the Iowa City Code related to single-family site development standards. It's second consideration. Could I have a motion for that, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Cole. Discussion.
Mims.
Oh, sorry, Mims.
That doesn't matter. All three of us got in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Discussion. Discussion.
Anyone?
No,
Anyone?
Yeah, okay, I'm not hearing any discussion. Roll call, please.
Thomas,
Yes.
Throgmorton,
Yes?
Cole,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 10, rental permit radon testing. This is an ordinance amending Title 17 entitled Building and Housing, Chapter 5 entitled Housing Code to require radon testing and mitigation in single-family and duplex rental units. This is second consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims and seconded by Salee. Discussion. Would anybody like to address this topic? I should ask that. Seeing no one. Council discussion?
Nothing. I'm just really happy about learning about radon, that the city is adopting this. Like really, we're moving forward. Yeah.
Me too.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Throgmorton?
Yes?
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 11, repeal rental permit moratorium. This is an ordinance repealing ordinance number 194793, a temporary moratorium on new rental permits for single-family and duplex units. And this is first consideration.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Teague. Discussion. I guess I would like to say something first here. We've received several communications from residents of older neighborhoods located within walking distance of the university, and they've expressed considerable concern about what will happen after the moratorium expires. I too worry that, I'm a neighbor, I live in the North Side neighborhood anyhow. I worry that all the good work we have done with regard to renovating and expanding older neighborhood schools, renovating older houses through the University program, and greatly improving several neighborhood parks will be undermined as a result of the state's two preemptions of local power pertaining to this kind of situation. I'm also very skeptical that the steps we took earlier this evening about parking and radon, coupled with the stricter exterior maintenance and enforcement measures we adopted roughly 2 years ago, are good, important, valuable, but might not be sufficient to maintain the characteristics and diversity of the city's older neighborhoods. So I worry about that a lot, just as many other neighbors do. I'm very conscious that it's possible that all the new housing that we have supported or approved with regard to multifamily units and mixed-use buildings is likely to divert some of the market pressure away from those close-in neighborhoods. We certainly hope that was the case when, I don't know, 5 years ago, we approved the RISE development with its 550 beds or whatever the total is. And I can tell you that several months ago, Jeff and I met, and some staff members, Tracy Heichu, Shirley, and I don't know, Stan Laberman probably, met with realtors and owners of rental, or managers of rental property. And I heard one manager, owner of a company that manages rental property, who expressly worried that all the new housing, all the new buildings we had been approving and were likely, could possibly be approving over the coming months, would in fact undermine market demand for rental housing in these close-in neighborhoods. So I'm conscious that that is a phenomenon that is out there and could affect the rental market in that area, and therefore affect what could possibly happen in those close-in neighborhoods. Likewise, I'm very conscious that undergraduate enrollments at the University of Iowa might decline somewhat over the next few years. It's kind of hard to tell. That also would reduce demand and market pressure in those older neighborhoods. So there's conflicting things going on here simultaneously, and it's kind of hard to process. But it is not clear to me that it is not clear to me that we can invent over the next couple months a solution that the staff has not been able to identify or devise over the past 7 months. So it's like, how are we going to do that? And for that reason, I don't feel comfortable simply voting no on ending the moratorium, as many neighbors have urged us to do. But I also don't think we need to end the moratorium sooner than scheduled without first assuring ourselves, and therefore assuring the interested public, that we have adequately explored the possibilities. And so with that in mind, my inclination is to say I think we should defer action on the proposed ordinance to our December 17th meeting, and that in the interim, I think we should invite other specific council members and any other interested members of the public to suggest in writing one or more additional possibilities for us to consider. We need to at least open that possibility, give people a chance to do that, but we don't want to just kind of stretch this out without some confidence that we know what we're doing and we have an end goal in mind. So that's my suggestion. I know we have a motion on the floor, but I understand that a motion to defer would trump that. So it's amazing how that verb has gotten mangled.
So you making that formal motion, John?
So, no, I'm inviting someone else to move that we defer action on this ordinance to December the 17th, and that we invite other council members or members of the interested members of the public to submit in writing before the Thursday preceding our formal meeting. That'd be December the 12th or something like that. A recommended action that could possibly help, and then we would have that to process.
I would like to ask that before we even consider a motion to defer, that we be allowed to have a little more discussion on the merits of the issue itself.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's completely fair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Jeff and/or any other staff members that he might ask to kind of fill us in on what kind of options the staff has looked at, how you've come up with those, how you have maybe eliminated certain things. I know in one of the emails there was, and I just kind of for the public benefit as well, there was some allusion to an ordinance in Cedar Falls, yet question of whether we can do that. So I think it would just help us and help the public to kind of have an idea what staff has done. That would certainly help me as well in terms of determining whether I think this is worth deferral.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies, because as Jeff knows, I have already asked him to be prepared to discuss those matters, and I meant to say that right at the start.
And at some point, public comment hasn't taken place.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'll speak generally about how we got here, and then talk about some of the things that we've considered. And then between Eleanor and I, we can talk through the Cedar Falls ordinance with you and answer any questions about that you may have. So I won't go through the 3 or 4 year history here with the state legislature changes, you know that, but in May of 2019, staff did ask you for a 10-month moratorium. You'll remember that was quite a controversial time. I think a lot of people felt that 10 months was too long, and there was actually a motion and a split vote on council on how long that moratorium should be, with those in the minority asking for a 6-month moratorium. And that's right where we're about. We're a little over that 6-month period right now. What we communicated to you and to the public as staff is that we felt that 10 months was necessary to fully vet this out, but that we were going to do everything we can to resolve this issue as soon as possible. So that is why you're seeing this item come before you before the sunset date, is because we've done that work. Prior to tonight, you held that first vote on those 2 ordinances, and to us it made sense. Because we are not actively working on any other regulations related to this, that we retire or we end the moratorium, coinciding with the third reading of the 2 items that were on your agenda that you already voted on. So since May, we had a few meetings with realtors and landlords. I, along with staff, also met with the neighborhood council for a general discussion about observations in the neighborhoods throughout Iowa City, not just the ones that you've heard from in recent days. We reviewed and discussed possibilities, strategies of other communities, and that review it didn't take a whole lot of time because, as I've communicated to you before, familial status is used by the vast majority of communities, university communities in particular throughout the country, followed by rental caps. After that, there's not a whole lot of examples that we can turn to. So we really struggled to find other communities that had strategies that we might be able to mimic. We did take a look also at the changes that we made after the familial status changes were made at the state level, and it was much more than the rental caps. I think we all kind of focus in on those rental caps, and the mayor mentioned property maintenance standards, but we did a lot in addition to that, a lot of code changes. So I can run through a few of those with you, and I think you'll get a sense of what we were trying to do at that time. We said that no more than 35% of a finished floor area could be a bedroom. We had a minimum bedroom size of 100 square feet. And then we also required that 100 square feet of shared living space shall be provided for every bedroom. So what do you see when you take those collectively? We're looking at the use of those homes and making sure that it's just not a bunch of bedrooms in these homes. That density was being controlled through how homes were built, and that if you were going to have 3 or 4 bedrooms, that there was going to be adequate common space for the people living in that unit. We enacted paving limitations in the rear yard. So again, trying to protect the character of the neighborhood, making sure that we didn't lose a lot of the greenery and that we weren't increasing density unnecessarily by putting a bunch of vehicles in the rear yard. We looked at occupancy based on parking, and that's really what I think you're going to hear this comes down to. If you really want to tighten up occupancy beyond what we've suggested, parking is probably the thing that you have to hang your hat onto, but that's how we're governing that occupancy right now. How many off-site parking spaces do you provide? And that determines the level of occupancy for those units. And then we also did minimum open space requirements, so making sure that you have a yard and that the entire lot wasn't being taken over by either parking or house, physical house space. So as we went back and we looked at that, we really felt like we need to give those time to see if they're going to be effective. We think they are going to be effective in managing the density for individual properties. And that's why when we went through our analysis this time, we felt like, boy, when we went through this 2 years ago, we really checked all these boxes. The one that we didn't, and we frankly didn't anticipate, was the front yard paving, which you considered. We did the rear yard paving. We probably should have figured out, and once we prohibit that, they're going to move to the front yard. But we're addressing that now. So we really feel that we've been able to, through those code changes, change or better protect how those the neighborhoods and how homes are being used. And we pulled some data at the request of Councilman Thomas, and I think it's pretty telling. If you recall, after the familial status law changed, we kind of had the rush to the well for building permits, and we reported at that time, within a period of a few weeks, we had 40 applications to expand bedrooms. So in a matter of several weeks after that change, well, since 2017, since 2017, so after we made those changes that I just described in the university impact area where we have a couple thousand rentals, we've only had 13 properties pursue bedroom expansions. Okay, that's a very small number. That's less than 1% of your rentals pursued those bedroom expansions. And 10 out of those 13 were just expanding one bedroom. So we've really only had the one kind of major expansion, which you heard about at the last meeting, which is a 6-bedroom expansion. We really don't feel like that is going to be, I don't think there's a whole lot of opportunity for that based on our regulations. I can't promise you it'll never happen again, but I think it's be a very rare case where someone can add a significant number of bedrooms given the code changes that we made in at the same time we were doing the rental cap ordinance. So kind of to sum up what I'm saying is, although we lost the rental caps, we still have a lot of other changes that we made at that same time that we feel really good about, and we're not seeing the data, at least, and we certainly don't have the experience, the anecdotal experience of our inspectors is saying we're going to see this massive expansion of people pursuing greater densities within homes. Now, we can't really intervene with the market forces. Okay, the rental caps clearly was a mechanism to intervene with market forces and not allow additional rental permits. We can't do that, and I think we have to accept the fact that the state has told us loud and clear that they don't want us to intervene with the market forces. So we have to make the best of that situation and make sure that the rentals that are added, again, are done in a way that don't detract from that, from the character of the neighborhood. So that's where we stand. I'll turn it back over to you, and then when the time's right, we can go through the Cedar Falls ordinance that's been mentioned a few times.
I guess I'd like to hear more about the Cedar Falls. Anything else people want to talk about?
Yeah, why don't we hear about Cedar Falls?
go
And then
ahead.
there could be that there are people in the audience who would like to speak to this too.
Eleanor's going to start.
I'm going to start with the Cedar Falls ordinance. So I thought it'd be good to just review what the Cedar Falls ordinance does. Essentially, after the state eliminated our ability to regulate occupancy based on familial status, whether you're related or not related, Cedar Falls changed unrelated people to persons 18 years of age and older. So currently, their ordinance says that at least for new rentals, those that came on after August of 2014, you can have as many of under 18, but you can have 2 18 years and older by right. You can have 3 to 4 if you obtain a group rental permit. Actually, you can have more than 4 if you obtain a group rental permit. And staff does the first review of the group rental permit, and then if the person seeking a greater occupancy is not happy, they can go to their Board of Housing Appeals. In looking at the criteria that they look at in determining whether they're going to grant more occupancy, i.e. a group rental permit, they look at some of the same things that we have put in place in our housing and zoning code. They look at off-street parking requirements. They look at whether the zoning requirements are satisfied. They look at a couple things like lot width and lot area that to me don't make a lot of sense. But the takeaway, I think, is that they're looking at those on a case-by-case basis. There's some additional criteria in there. But we've looked at their 6-month review of this ordinance. They had some data on their website, and there are significant numbers of the group rental permits for increased occupancy being given. One thing about the Cedar Falls ordinance, unlike the way we do things, is that if a unit had a rental permit on August of 2014, they retained their occupancy at 4 until it's sold, and then there's some additional requirements. That is not how we apply our regulations. We apply the existing regulations at the time of the issuance of each yearly or biannual rental permit. We've been aware of the Cedar Falls ordinance ever since the familial status preemption, and I rejected it as because I think it's subject to a lot of challenges. Number one, I think it's pretextual. I think it's basically taking unrelated and it's calling it 18 years of age and older. Essentially, if you look at the Cedar Falls ordinance, what they did is they took unrelated and they substituted 18 years of age and older. But I think what also is a real problem and kind of illustrates the pretextual nature of it is that there is no exception for persons 18 years of age and older who are family members. So in other words, let's say 4 brothers wanted to live in a home, or 4 cousins wanted to live in the home that were over 18 years of age, or a grandmother and 3 grandchildren who weren't, they couldn't live in the home. If we were going to draft such an ordinance, I think to be constitutional, because there's a liberty interest that's been recognized, a due process interest in the ability for families to have their particular living, or the living arrangements that they choose to have. So in other words, the United States Supreme Court has said it's okay for you to regulate based on unrelated status, but don't start messing with the ability of family members to live together. So I think that's a major flaw with the Cedar Falls ordinance. And obviously, if you put an exception in for family members, you kind of come full circle to the same thing that the state has
That's how we got to
just
unrelated in the
prohibited.
first place.
So I think it's really problematic. I identified those issues from the start, and we never really pursued that approach. And I think that another reason to not pursue the Cedar Falls approach is because you can accomplish the same things by putting your housing code requirements in place and your zoning code requirements. Whether those are stringent enough or not stringent enough, that can be debated, but it's things like parking, it's things like open space, those kind of requirements that I think we have left to dictate the occupancy without the associated challenges.
Okay, this is very helpful. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Eleanor. Would anybody in the public like to address this topic? Please come on up, Nancy. Please state your name and write it down too.
My name is Nancy Carlson, and I live at 1002 East Jefferson. It's off. Okay. And I would like to pass this out. I'm here to ask you to look at the moratorium a little bit longer and a little more closely. First, I would like to read a letter that was signed by some of our neighbors. Dear City Council members, in the 1990s, our area was rezoned from RM12 to RS12. We had seen the pressure apartment houses put on core neighborhoods. We living in the neighborhood never felt safe. When you make a long-term commitment in buying a house, you want to know what you can expect, both in the makeup of the neighborhood as it stands and as it changes. We are asking you, the City Council, to help us. Although we realize the structure at 938 East Jefferson will be built, we believe such structures have a destabilizing effect on ours and other neighborhoods where they could be built. Given Iowa City's rental history, we believe this can become the newest concept for developers in the central neighborhoods. We have worked with the city in the past to guide the changes that promote a positive addition while maintaining a vital and diverse neighborhood. Please help us in our commitment. And we went around the neighborhood, and there were 12 neighbors who signed it. Attached to that is a map. This shows that we are not against development. In fact, in our area, there has been a lot of development. 8 and 9 happened in 1971. The rest of this all happened from the 1990s on to this day. You can see there are lots of different ways to do development, including moving houses, moving houses or building on, or building new ones. I would like to go over one other thing. I did some research and did a breakdown of the square footage of the structure at 938, because one of the things that is said you want to use to regulate the number of people in a house is the number of bedroom space. 938 Jefferson has 3,408 square feet. The total bedroom square footage is 1,044 square feet, which is under the 35%. However, each bedroom has a private bathroom. If you add the private bathroom on to the bedroom, you come up with 1,504 square feet, which is approximately 44% of the square footage of that building. That leaves 1,904 square foot for communal living, because one of the things we wanted to make this feel is like a house, like a real, like a group of family would live in it. In the communal space, the living room is 197 square feet. The kitchen is 66 square feet, and there's a storage room down in the basement that's 195 square feet. That comes to a total of 456 square feet out of 1,904 square feet that's used for communal living. The other square footage, or approximately 1,446 square feet, is used for hallways, steps, laundry room, furnace room, and 1/2 bath. So is this the type of construction that we want to see, and are we really attempting to build houses that really would house a family, or is this a de facto rooming house, which we had gotten rid of a long time ago? And the thing is that with the bedroom percentage, I believe, is very important, or the personal space percentage is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Hi, Austin.
Hello there, Austin Wu, U.S. Student Government City Liaison. I would like to draw some focus regarding student concerns in relations to the rental permit moratorium currently in place. We recognize that the moratorium was enacted due to actions outside of your control by the state government. However, the policy that the moratorium intended to replace the rental permit cap was far from ideal as well. Past UISG city liaisons have expressed reservations about the potentially deleterious effects towards students that overregulation of the number of rental units in the city could have, and I would like to reiterate those concerns. A stable supply of rental housing near the university is essential for keeping housing affordable for students in walkable neighborhoods where they can dispense with their cars, which is crucial for safer streets and reducing carbon emissions. Renters are students, workers, and residents. Just because they do not have title to land does not mean they should be treated as less welcome or a nuisance to be dealt with. I believe that solutions that are mutually beneficial to homeowners and renters alike are possible. Programming that seeks to create neighborhood engagement among all residents, as well as exploring housing options that site homeowners and renters on the same or nearby parcels, as opposed to some of the large-scale landlords or properties today, could both be potential paths to stable neighborhoods without limiting where renters can live. And then there's something in the late handouts that I think was of note as well. Susan Scholaw drew, I think, what I believe is a correct point, that some of these new large, higher density student housing, like student marketed developments, kind of like Latitude or Rise, might actually have an unintentional effect of drawing students to houses or to lower priced properties. A lot of these new developments are kind of like advertised as like these luxury sites with ensuite bathrooms, granite countertops, a lot of things that students don't really want, I think, or can't afford, and it pushes them into these core neighborhoods as well. So I think one option that might actually be worth exploring is bringing back some of these SRO places, or true single occupancy places that were really common in the United States before 1945, but kind of have fell by the wayside. But for young people who move around a lot, they were an important source of affordable housing back then. I think they could be worth exploring again. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Anyone else? Hi, Diana.
Hi there, Diana Harris. I live on the north side. I own a house that I live in, and it was interesting to hear the city manager explain why there is a reason to sunset this moratorium. But I can tell you that the people I know in my neighborhood have not come to council and say, please get rid of this moratorium. I think the amount of time that you have to work on it is probably not sufficient, but there's no reason to cut it off. I would also like to comment on the fact that I have been in this room more times to talk about deer culling than I have to have conversation with anybody about the kinds of things that affect the neighborhood that I live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I don't see anyone else, so we should have council discussion. And what we have is a motion on the floor. I introduced the possibility of deferring action to the 17th. We could engage both of those topics, but at some point we'll have to vote on either on the motion that's on the floor or to introduce a motion to defer and vote on it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just want to say that, I guess we as a city, and especially the city council who passed the renter cap, we as a city are very interesting. That's why I guess in the beginning they work hard to pass the renter cap. And after that, the 6 months moratorium. And also right now, the city is working, the staff, they said, as I heard from them, they are working very hard to use another measurement to make the situation better. For example, the opening space and the parking. I understand the situation by the residents. I agree with you, and I guess we are in the same page because the city done it before. And that means the staff, I guess, and the council, they have interest, the same interest as you. But right now, the city cannot do anything because of what's happening at the state level. And I think I will be glad to hear something from the public, any kind of measurement that we as a city council, we can consider or the staff can consider. I was hoping as a city that can be worked, but now we, as Eleanor just laid out, it's just like something we're going around the same thing and like some kind of, maybe it's just not gonna be right by the Constitution and all this. I just really don't know what else can we do, but if there is another measurement that the public have it and we don't know about it, I will be glad to hear it and consider it. That I will accept deferring it if somebody else will come up with something so we can talk about it. In the same time, if the sunset for March will make the resident happy and we can do it, even though I don't know, does it make sense or not? But if that's something that what you want, I think also we can consider it. If we can just also, after we deferring it, if we can continue to March. But for me, it doesn't make sense, but still, I just think we are not going to say it somehow, but that's all we have in our hand right now, and the staff is really working hard to lay another measurement to better the situation. That's what I think, and I'm good for deferring.
So I do hear what you're saying, Maz, as far as like, if someone was able to come up with another kind of a tool in the toolbox and that hasn't already been kind of laid out and put into place, then I think we are definitely open to that. A part of it is we don't have the right to keep, the enforcement. And so the moratorium for me, I was the one that suggested 6 months because I really feel that as lawmakers, we cannot hold on to something. If we've already exhausted all the tools, we can't keep holding on to something that we don't have authority to hold on to. There's people being affected, whether we agree with that or not. But there's people that want to sell their home, whether they have a right to sell it to whom they want. I think Austin just talked about, that we do have to consider how we speak about renters, because they are also residents of our community as well, that are highly welcomed by me. And I'm not suggesting that anybody has, said anything negative about the student population and that related to that. And I also do get that some of our residents communities are, every place you look on the street is a rental, rental, rental. And so I do get maybe the concerns from the rentals, which, the ordinances have started to try to, combat between the housing and the zoning codes when you're talking about, parking now being, on the, in the middle of the grass and that type stuff. So there are major things that I think as council and people within the community do want to address to make sure that their neighborhood looks like a neighborhood, the quality of the individuals that are there care about, the properties and that type of stuff. So I do feel at this moment in time that the tools and the toolbox we have used to the best of our knowledge and the best of our ability. I appreciate staff for doing all the hard work with not only the realtors and but also people within the communities. It is unfortunate that I do hear people saying they weren't aware or they hadn't, maybe kind of made comment until now that they're realizing that the moratorium is coming off. We just, talked about Cedar Falls, and what I hear is what Cedar Falls is doing is probably we're essentially doing it just in different ways. So we are doing everything that we can to make sure ultimately that the communities and neighborhoods are well taken care of, groomed, and all this other stuff. The other thing is that there's also opportunities when we're talking about landlords, and because there are some things that I know within you drive down the street and we don't want to be able to point out that's a rental house. And I think a lot of the pointing out of rental houses, there's some common characteristics, and that's stereotyping, and that's some of it is not true because some of it could just be a homeowner that, their property looks like what some might call a rental property. But I think there's a lot of measures that we're putting in place and it's really for the character of the neighborhoods. We do know that there's a lot of individuals that will like the moratorium to continue. What I say is, at least for me personally, I think we've exhausted the tools in the toolbox. And for me to hold on to the moratorium until next May, after the state has stated we don't have
It'd be March.
Until next March. The state has said we don't have that authority. I don't believe that personally I can continue with that. I do hear the mayor request to see if there's another item that we can put into place. But just like, the kind of the, and I'm sorry, the parking, and I'm trying to figure out the terminology of some of the things that we're doing relating to zoning codes, that can come. That still can come. The moratorium, that's not a tool. So a tool would be, the zoning code. So if there's another tool like the zoning code, those conversations can happen now. To hold this till the 17th, I don't know that is going to accomplish. I really think that if there's another tool that wants to be suggested, then let's get that tool. Let's get it on the. Let's kind of discuss it and see if it can be on the agenda. So for me, I can't hold up the moratorium because I don't see any more tools currently. And if there are more tools, bring them to us because we want to make sure that we do everything within our ability to protect the character of our communities.
Let me make just one quick point, and then I'll let other people speak. But I think it's important that we understand that what we are doing tonight is a first consideration of an ordinance. So we will have second consideration on the 17th. We will have third consideration, assuming we do not condense, which I'm assuming we would not, until our first meeting in June. So until we have passed.
January.
I'm just.
Late, yeah.
I'm just
For
getting
May
rid of
and then
6
June, yeah.
I don't want to have winter in January. So we have an entire month before this would actually be repealed to give people plenty of opportunity to bring forth more ideas, tools, whatever that we could use. So based on the fact that we have an entire month before this would actually be completed, I do not support deferring it, because at any point in time, we can,
Understand?
yeah.
Following John, Rockne?
Well, I'll chime in on this. I've really tried to focus on the goals that we established before going into the moratorium. And I think the critical one that I see, well, there are a couple of them, but probably the main concern I have is Goal 2, which states, maintain neighborhood characteristics and housing options suitable for attracting a diverse demographic in the city's older single-family neighborhoods. And I do like the way that's being phrased. It's a diverse demographic. I think it's important that we try to, when we're discussing these issues, try to avoid using language owner-occupied. It's the owner-occupants versus the renters. It's the students versus the non-students. I think that the notion of diverse demographic tries to avoid that, and I think that's useful. And in fact, what we've always, this has been going on for decades, 50 some odd years, trying to establish, in a sense, this notion of diverse demographic in what is, I would argue, one of the most important neighborhoods or group of neighborhoods in Iowa City, in that they are part of the core of Iowa City. Its defining image of Iowa City is strongly, the neighborhoods, the core neighborhoods strongly contribute to that, either in a positive or negative way. They're also extremely valuable. I suspect if we looked at the assessed values of the core neighborhoods, we'd find their assessed values are higher than most of our other neighborhoods, partly because they're a mix of single-family and multifamily. They also, I think, are important in terms of being in the core. They have access to employment at centers, the commercial area of the downtown, and it's within a walkable distance. So it's really, I think many people would like to live near where they work if they should work in the downtown or at the university, and have access to the downtown. So it's a valuable, these core neighborhoods are very valuable to us as a city. So I would love to lift the moratorium, right? I mean, of course, we're good, let's move forward. But, we do have the example of 938 East Jefferson. And that's, as Nancy has stated, it's a 7-bedroom, 7-bath house. As a counselor, how can I feel comfortable and secure that we lift the moratorium when that is a project that was actually permitted back in April, is moving forward, when it's moving in a diametrically opposed direction from what our goal is stating, which is diversifying the demographic. So it would be very difficult for me to say, yeah, let's lift the moratorium when we have evidence on the ground that our goal isn't being achieved. Now, I think it's, as what Eleanor said, a main focus of the Cedar Rapids or Cedar Falls code is controlling occupancy by parking. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to revisit our parking standards to make sure, because the way the parking is dealt with at 938 Jefferson is most of the parking is just accessed off the alley, and it's a row of parking. What's very troubling to me about 938 is I think there are many properties like it in the core neighborhoods. It's a large lot with a relatively small house. It's actually ripe for development. You know, the value of the dwelling is not much more than the value of the land. The land's actually pretty valuable, and the dwelling not so much. My goal has always been, and it has been for probably 5 years, is taking the development potential of the core neighborhoods and directing it to both diversifying, as stated in our goal, diversifying the demographic, allowing opportunities for rental, non-rental, for people of all ages and incomes. One of my concerns with this is that if we do see these larger residences, because we have no occupancy cap, and these larger lots accommodate the off-street parking requirement, that will preempt the opportunities of accomplishing the missing middle that we all were very thrilled by in the South District. Actually, the missing middle is more a strategy that's considered an infill strategy. This is what Minneapolis is proposing. So that, you know, we were in a sense ahead of Minneapolis. Now we're sort of putting our infill missing middle on the back burner. I'm afraid it's going to completely disappear if we do not provide an opportunity for that to happen. So, I do support the deferral. I really feel 938 Jefferson is a warning shot that we have not revised the site development standards sufficiently to ensure these higher occupancies. From what I understand, Cedar Falls typically sees, and they will allow up to 4, but they're not seeing any more than 4. So it seems to me we are still allowing occupancies that clearly move us away from this notion of diversifying the demographic. So I really feel we need more time to consider it.
Yeah, I'm going to be supportive of more time, and I think one thing that's very important to clarify, this whole renter versus non-renter has never been what this has been about. As I see it, it's always really been about one specific narrow issue, which is the conversion of single-family and duplex houses that were designed for original use and for a variety of reasons over the course of 50 years morphed into something else, where you would get a single-family home broken up into little pieces with multiple rooms that resulted in densities that were far in excess of what we ever thought originally they were intended to do. It never applied to multifamily. So this notion that this council is against renters, just nothing could be further from the truth. We have done tons of multifamily. We've done tons of low-income family housing, and that is something that has been a core value that we've shared. So I just don't think that in terms of renter versus non-renter, that's just not true. The other part in terms of what we're looking at is a balance, a diverse demographic. And that also includes long-term renters. I think of organizations like the Housing Fellowship. One of the things they've been able to do is get housing stability for long-term renters so they can sink roots as well. Students are by definition short-term. So there are some unique issues relating to students. And this notion that we don't love students, who would live in Iowa City if you didn't love students? But there are challenges when you have 9 students go into one building. That makes it virtually impossible for a nonprofit to purchase that and use it as like a low-income housing. It makes it very difficult for a family to compete in the marketplace to be able to purchase some of these units. So that was the context in which this originally arose. It was never intended to be a anti-renter at all. Most of us have been renters. A lot of us have friends that are renters. It was never our intent. We have had these regulatory tools that have been taken away from us. We completely understand that. We understand that come March 1st, we'll see what will end up happening. We cannot do that. We get that. But are there any additional tools that we can utilize, that we can explore? I think we owe it to ourselves to do that. Obviously, it's going to fall into the province of the next council. It is extremely complicated. And if nothing else, just to convey to the community what we're doing. I think we're not talking about an indefinite suspension. We're talking about at least a 2-week for that first reading. I say let's give us that time to do it so we can get that additional feedback. And because I agree with you, John. I mean, this 7-bedroom, that is in effect a rooming house. And by the way, I actually have no problem with additional rooming houses in the neighborhood as long as that's what they're designed to be. I think of one of the famous rooming houses right near Papa John. That's a classic rooming house. I'm not against that. So I agree with Austin in that sense that I think if we need to identify renter, if there's any regulatory barriers to some additional rooming houses that are designed as such, with hallways and bathrooms and designed as a rooming house, I don't have a problem with that. But it should be designed as such, as opposed to these, in essence, what became Rube Goldberg machines, in the sense of a single house that was broken up 6 different ways, and it's been very difficult for our staff in terms of the health and safety piece of it to ensure that those are safe places to live. So there are additional challenges. It is an extremely complicated issue. So I say let's give us a little bit more time. I will be supportive of at least deferring this for 2 weeks. As Susan brings out, so we defer it 2 weeks. It will take 3 readings. That gets us close to the deadline anyway. So we're not talking about that much time. And I think everyone in council is agreement that we can't go any farther. So it's really just a matter of degree where we may have some disagreement here, is where I'm coming from.
I also think that perhaps deferring it, as the mayor suggested, does have some merit. It's a valid argument on that to request other options, because what I see the problem with this is that general public wasn't really aware of our intent to repeal this before it came in this packet. And I see that kind of as a trust issue, too. They trusted when we set the date that that's what we sunsetted as, is in March. And I think that we draw a fine line when we start changing our plans and changing dates for things and changing sunset dates. And I think, but as Rockne just pointed out, we'll be even closer to that March date, and perhaps I'll think a little differently, and the public will be aware of our intentions then.
One question I do have is the common space, the housing code, especially after hearing about 938 Jefferson, if that is something that can be looked at in this process.
Those are the sorts of things that...
Because, again, I guess for me, what I heard Rockne say was this really was related to rooming houses, multiple people in one unit. And I do agree there is a place for rooming houses, so I guess I didn't understand that was a part of this piece so largely, but...
I'm saying historically.
Historically.
Not as much, yeah.
But I do think that but again, that's a tool outside of the moratorium, which I'm fine with delaying it to to the 17th. But the common space, I would just like to mention, the housing code, just to look at that, to come back and see if there's anything that we can do there. The off-street parking, I do have questions about that, because whatever we set is not just related to rental homes. It would be related to homeowners as well. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Off-street parking. So I think we also have to keep that in mind, because there are homes where families live, where, if you have 3 kids and, two,
like me.
Yeah, 5 kids, although we're not promoting cars, totally with climate action, but that is to be considered as well, because, that's a hardship. So if we're looking at that type stuff, I think we also have to realize there are homeowners with large families, and because that really gets at the off-street parking, at least the language right now, is to get into strategies to decrease how many people rent in a rental.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll say a few words about this. Some of you know this, some of you don't. I have lived in the North Side neighborhood for 25 or more years. I've lived there as a renter, I've lived there as a landlord, and I've lived there as a homeowner. Plus, like many of you, I've been working on this, as has the staff, for 2+ years. So this is a difficult problem, And it's one that I can say I personally understand because I've lived it for almost 25 years in various ways. But the central question facing us tonight is real simple. Shall we end the moratorium with our first vote tonight and the next two that would follow? I'm really doubtful that we or other interested parties can invent a solution that the staff has not already come up with. I'm very skeptical that that is likely to happen. But I think we need to give interested people, whether they're on the council or out in the audience or watching on TV or whatever, we need to give them a couple weeks to propose a solution they think might work. And therefore, I think we do need to defer to the 17th, to defer our first consideration to the 17th, with the expectation that interested people will propose in writing prior to that date a solution they think would work. And then we'll have something in front of us, we can consider it, and if we think it has merit, we've got some time to work on it. If we don't, we vote up or down on the moratorium. So that's why I was proposing to defer. I'd like to say a couple other things briefly. One has to do with the new housing and the claim that construction of lots of new housing units in big buildings is going to drive students into smaller rental units in the north side or Miller Orchard or Longfellow or any related neighborhood. Makes no sense whatsoever because those units are expanding supply. Some students are going to go into those units. A lot of students, actually. So that's going to decrease market pressure, if anything, on those close-in neighborhoods. Yeah, so, I think that's just a misguided objection. All right, I don't want to blather on about this.
Need to put a motion to defer on the floor.
Yeah, could I have a motion to defer to the 17th of December, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Cole, seconded by Soleil. Discussion?
I would just like to make one final comment, because I don't think I've really commented about the merits of what's been happening, and I do want to address that. I wish, and I think all of us wish, that the staff could have found stronger, better mechanisms for addressing the issues that we're talking about. I think when we talk about this house at 938 Jefferson, that's very concerning. I've talked for years about that concern of these smaller houses being torn down and behemoths being built in neighborhoods like that where they just don't fit. So I am very concerned and sensitive about the preservation of these neighborhoods and making them continually available for the terminology that we came up,
Diverse demographic.
Yeah, the diverse demographics. And I don't believe we're where we want to be, but I also believe that our staff is very good at looking at all the options. And because we would have a month until we had completed our votes on this, I think that month gives people plenty of opportunity to bring to us ideas and suggestions. And if we and/or staff hear one that we think at that point in time is workable, we can always defer the next vote or vote not to stop the moratorium. But as Bruce said earlier, I think we also have an obligation on the other side, and that is to landlords, property owners who might want to get a rental permit. And so to postpone this simply out of the idea that we might get another idea that will help us, I don't think is fair to people on that side. So I will not support the deferral. I think we should start the voting process tonight, keeping open the idea of getting suggestions and ideas from people over the next 4 weeks. And if we find something great, we can defer it from that point on. Otherwise, in a month's time, we would end the moratorium, which I think is a fair thing to do for the people, as Bruce said, who might want to be trying to sell their home or for other financial reasons are being impacted by the moratorium.
Further discussion? I'd just like to clarify one point. If we defer action tonight, to the December 17th meeting. That does not mean that we are extending the moratorium beyond March the 10th.
March 1st.
Yeah, that is the deadline for the moratorium, so we're not taking something away from somebody else. We're just giving ourselves a little more time and the residents and public to come up with an idea that might work, and if it doesn't, too bad, we move on.
Sound good?
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to defer to the 17th, and just for clarity's sake, with the expectation that people will submit in writing suggestions about a solution that they think would work prior to that meeting, preferably by Thursday, the 12th of December, which is when we distribute written material in our handouts and information packet and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so we have that motion on the floor. And this is just a voice vote because it's, could all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence from Kent and Kay Ackerson, Susan Shulo, Jackie Bigger, Matthew Loggy, Diana Harris, John Brandon, and Nancy Carlson?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Cole, second by Saleh. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Pauline, would you take this next item, please, while I step out?
Oh, okay.
So you got a public hearing to do?
Read it and then, yep. Oh, got your thing here. Okay. Okay, item number 12, the Scott Boulevard Trunk Sanitary Sewer Extension. It's a resolution authorizing the acquisition of property interests necessary for construction of the Scott Boulevard Trunk Sanitary Sewer Extension Project. Open the public hearing.
Good evening, Council. Scott Sobers, Assistant City Engineer. Let me make sure we're on the right. Okay, so basically the scope of this project is to extend a 24-inch diameter sanitary sewer from the Iowa Interstate Railroad northerly along the north branch of Snyder Creek up to American Legion Road. The primary purpose, objective of this project is to support existing and proposed growth within the sewer shed, as well as to decommission the Windsor Ridge sanitary sewer lift station that was originally installed as a temporary lift station approximately 20 years ago. The estimated construction cost for the project is roughly $1.3 million. The schedule that we have outlined currently is we're in the design development phase currently. We're planning to start right-of-way acquisitions just after the first year. It'll probably extend through June in the spring. Planning on a bid letting in July, and then construction starting late next year in October and December timeframe. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Scott?
No.
Any questions from the audience? And
Okay.
anyone in the audience have any questions for Scott? Okay. Close the public hearing. Consider resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Susan Mims, seconded by Saleh. Any discussion?
Hadn't heard of sewer shed before.
Say that 10 times.
No, please don't.
That's all the comments I have.
No further discussion?
No.
Roll call?
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Saleh?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Motion carries. 7-0.
Moving on. All right, moving on to item 13, Prentice Street Replacement Bridge. This is a resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Prentice Street Bridge Replacement Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'll open the public hearing. Melissa, how are you?
Good.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Good evening, Council. I am Melissa Clove, Special Projects Administrator with the Engineering Division. Currently working on the Prentice Street Bridge Replacement Project. We're looking at the bridge replacement over Ralston Creek with a triple 8-foot, 8-inch by 13-foot reinforced concrete box culverts. We had replaced Prentice Street from South Dubuque Street to just east of Ralston Creek, increased capacity of storm sewer along Prentice Street on the north side to reduce surcharging during large rain events. We'll also improve sidewalk and ADA access in this area. We're looking at a 31-foot overall pavement width with 10-foot travel lanes. We do show your half width at 15.5 feet, but we do have parking on the east side, or on the south side for eastbound traffic. We have 6-foot sidewalks on the north and south sides of the roadway, and 80-foot existing right-of-way is typical in this area. During construction, we are proposing 2 phases, the east and the west, to allow access to all adjacent property owners during construction. During each of these phases, there will be a complete closure of the roadway during construction with pedestrian and vehicular detours directed to East Court Street. Estimated project costs. Total construction is $1,231,621. As you can see, $916,732 will be from the Urban Bridge Fund. We have an agreement with the DOT. The rest will be supplied by local funds. And then our schedule, we completed design development in September, completed right-of-way acquisition this fall. Bid letting, plans will be available to contractors in early January with, we'll take bids on January 21st, and then we'll begin construction June 1st, completion by November, and we are done with our right-of-way acquisitions.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah. Those are complete. So if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Any questions for Melissa? Don't see any, don't hear any. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else like to address this topic? I don't see anyone, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Mims. Council discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes?
Cole?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 14, amendment to Foster Road Development Agreement. This is a resolution approving First Amendment to Agreement for Private Redevelopment between City of Iowa City, Iowa, Foster Road Developers, LLC, Vintage Cooperative of Iowa City, and Ewing Land Development and Services, LLC. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Teague. Hi, Wendy.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm Wendy Ford with Economic Development, or the Economic Development Coordinator. As you know, Foster Road is nearing completion, and the development agreement for it had called for a number of items to be complete, all of which are nearly complete, with one exception, and that is a segment of the sidewalk on the south side of Foster Road. On the north side, there's a new 8-foot sidewalk in place, and that will serve the new neighbors that'll be moving into the Vintage and those who would be served, or those who would be living in the townhomes to be developed on Foster Road, as well as provide the connectivity between Prairie du Chien and Dubuque Street. So staff felt that it would be okay to allow the completion of that south side segment to no later than May of 2022, which would be just in time for them to complete all requirements to be able to get the first rebate due in the TIF rebate agreement that we have with them. Now, should the townhomes that would be built on that lot, which is Lot 5, be completed earlier, of course, the developer would be required to complete that sidewalk on that south side at the same time. If you had any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Is the main reason for this delay related to damage potentially if the sidewalk was there?
A number of things. Actually, there was a late spring for a late start in construction. There were some contractor delays the developer has cited, as well as our very early winter we had this year too. Another reason for thinking that it would be acceptable to delay would be just that should the developer complete that sidewalk before the townhomes that were designated for that lot are built, there's a high risk of damage to that and the risk that they would have to redo the sidewalk in that segment.
Sound good?
Any further questions for Wendy?
12 years.
I think you're done, Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council discussion?
Yeah, just makes sense, yeah, to not do it right now and wait for it.
Yeah, I think as long as it's in there, it should be fine.
Okay, no further discussion? Roll call, please.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes?
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 15, resolution establishing the City of Iowa City's 2020 State of Iowa legislative priorities.
Nice.
It's a resolution establishing our legislative priorities.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Good evening, Simon Andrew, Assistant to the City Manager. Your next item is your annual resolution for your main priorities at the state legislative session. We use this both to publicly state what the city's and council's priorities are and to help us guide our lobbyists throughout their work during the session in Des Moines.
Simon, let me interrupt you for a second. I'd like to get a motion to approve on the floor, and then you can keep on talking.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Cole.
It's almost like I've never been here before.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As you know, we can expect surprises throughout the legislative session. We put these forward prior to the session, best as we can, anticipating what we would like to encourage for legislation. But each year, of course, there are a number of items that pop up that really become our main focus that we did not anticipate heading into the year. As another reminder, the state legislature operates on a 2-year cycle. This is the second year of the current General Assembly. So any bills last year that passed the funnel hurdles that did not ultimately get passed are still live pieces of legislation for this coming year. There are a couple items on here that are pretty standard that we've had the last few years. We did add a few new ones this year. The first one is support for climate action initiatives. This is similar to one that the school district also put on their legislative priorities. And this is in response to our declaration of a climate crisis, climate action plan, everything that we've been talking about. So this is clearly one of our top priorities. There has been discussion throughout our climate action plan process about our ability to control building codes and energy code. So that would be something that we would be supportive of at the state this year. You had also received a communication from the university student government about move-in checklists. We did include this in our priorities as well. They have a more detailed proposal that they have sent you that was included in this packet as well, with some examples from other places in the country. We have reviewed this with staff and we would be supportive of it as well. The next one that is new for this year that was mentioned at the work session as well is support legislation protecting the rights of manufactured housing residents. You had a pretty lengthy discussion at your work session, so not a whole lot of detail for me to go into there, but I expect Senator Walz will be supporting or proposing legislation this year that we would be on board with. The last four you are familiar with from previous years. Of course, backfill payments from the state after commercial property tax reform is still incredibly important to us. It's $1.5 million a year roughly. That is, say, equivalent to the operation of an entire fire station. So very important for our general fund budget. Supporting home rule authority for local governments, educational funding, and supporting the Metro Coalition and Iowa League of Cities are on there, standard from previous years as well. Happy to answer any questions.
I note that the supporting local educational institutions actually reads support the continued excellence of the state's primary, secondary, and higher education institutions and advocate for additional education funding. That's the same language as before, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah.
Yep. The same as in previous years. And
Thank
so
you.
that includes obviously the University, Kirkwood, primary and secondary.
Great. Any further questions for Simon?
And legislature kicks off January 13th is the first day of the session.
All right. Would
you.
anybody else like to address this topic? Oh, like Austin, maybe?
Hello again. I just want to say thank you for including the move-in checklist proposal. I think it's just one way to help smooth out those tenant-landlord relationships, get that mandated to make sure everyone can be protected and people know their rights. Thanks.
Right, thanks. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Council discussion?
I was really glad to see this listing. Thank the staff for putting that together. It's a great list of main focus items. Today I had the great opportunity to attend the League of Women Voters legislative luncheon, and this is their list of priorities. They're not afraid to have a very lengthy list of priorities, although they're the first ones to say that a number of things on this list they've been talking about and hoping for a number of years, but there's some very good things and some that sort of echo some of our priorities. But as the legislature spoke, I thought of a few other things that maybe don't necessarily need to be on our list, but it's things that I think our lobbyists might keep on the radar for us. There's big talk about the vaping, and that's been in the news a lot, and talk about having some potential legislation for that. And I was thinking about that, I thought, I don't know if we've discussed vaping. We've got all the anti-smoking laws in our buildings and et cetera, that we might start thinking about that also. And then the other issue, and we've gotten emails about this or heard people speak in the audience about the hog confinement units. And I know that's more of the county issue, but we have heard from our folks that live like on Rart Road that if the wind is in the right direction, they can smell it, then they're concerned about a number of health issues, lung issues that folks are having. So I think that's another thing that our lobbyists, we don't necessarily need to put it on our list unless people would like to see those two items, but if they could keep on the radar for us and keep us posted on where they are with that.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's all.
Any other discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throckmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 16, council appointments. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. We have one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission in an at-large position. Could I have a motion? Oh, we haven't discussed who to appoint. We had 3 applicants. I think there's a male requirement, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So, and all 3 of the applicants happen to be male. So Zach Bilta, Michael Haju, and Austin Wu have applied. I would personally like to recommend Austin Wu.
I agree.
I also agree strongly.
I agree.
I don't know about that odd I'm not quite sure.
I mean, he's always at our meetings and has great input, and I think he'd be positive for this commission.
Someone else?
I just know the obvious that if he's on the commission, he's going to have to not participate in anything that comes to you from the commission.
Sure.
I wondered about that.
Sure.
He can still be
Yourself
our
on
liaison
that.
for UISG, but
Yeah, it's just a specific.
Yes.
Would anybody like to recommend either of the other fine applicants?
We're
Okay.
fine with Austin.
All right, hearing no one, could I have a motion to appoint Austin Wu to the
So-
Historic Preservation Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Cole, seconded by Soe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item 17, announcement of vacancies, previous. We have one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment to the Senior Center Commission. Applicants for that position must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, December the 10th of this year. We have one vacancy to fill a 5-year term to the Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment. One vacancy to fill a 5-year term to the Board of Adjustment. One vacancy to fill a 3-year term on the Historic Preservation Commission for the East College Street District. One vacancy to fill an unexpired term on the Historic Preservation Commission for the Woodlawn District. And 2 vacancies to fill 3-year terms on the Senior Center Commission. Those vacancies will remain open until filled. Item 17A, announcement of vacancies new. We have one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Applications for that position must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, January the 14th, 2020. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence from Suzanne Bentler, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Teague, seconded by Cole. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 19, City Council information. Let's start somewhere. Where are we going to start? Let's see. Let's start with Rockne and move to the right.
I don't have anything to share for this meeting. I
Okay.
will the next one.
Okay?
So just stay tuned.
All right, John?
I'll just mention that Climate Action Expo was a really delightful experience
was.
a couple of weeks ago. It was a really successful event, entertaining and informative.
A lot of energy, too.
Yeah.
Done?
That's it.
Okay, just don't want to interrupt. Got 2 or 3 things. I wanted to thank all the different organizations who put on Thanksgiving dinners. I had the pleasure of helping with a brand-new one at Big Grove this year. A big group of restaurant owners took advantage of one of the spaces that they own, along with a number of other people in the community, and had a great event for homeless and food insecure individuals in the community. So it was a great event, and I know a lot of other places did the same thing the week before or that week. Just wanted to mention, I had a couple of really positive comments recently from people in the community about our animal shelter. So I just wanted to say thank you to, our staff who do a great job down there. In fact, as I was coming into the meeting tonight, I ran into a couple of our officers, Captain Brotherton, one of the other officers, who'd just been down there taking pictures. They're doing a cops and kittens photos, I think, for Facebook or something.
Don't tell my wife about that, because I'll probably end up in our house.
So they had just come back, and they were kidding about that. As John mentioned, the Climate Expo was great. What a great crowd, and a lot of people at Big Grove that night, and a lot of people that I haven't seen, involved in some great presentations. So thank you to everybody for that. I think all of us, or most of us, were at the City Employee Appreciation Lunch down at Terry Trueblood. As always, that's a great event to see staff. The last thing I just want to mention, I do want to take a couple of minutes. A week or so ago, there was a stakeholders meeting for Cross Park Place, which is housing for some of our previously chronically homeless. And there was more data that I could share, but I'll just share one piece with you tonight. They started housing individuals in there in January of 2019, so it has been just under a year that we've had individuals in there. There has been very little turnover, I think turnover of 1 person. So the data I'm going to give you is based on 23 people. They looked at the cumulative number of nights in jail per quarter for, I believe it was about 2 years prior to Cross Park Place opening. And those cumulative number of nights in jail for those 23 people per quarter average was 107 nights, I believe it was, per quarter. After the opening of Cross Park Place, those numbers, give me just 1 minute here, because I wrote these down. It was 73 nights. It was 107 nights prior to being housed. Okay, so those 23 people cumulatively spent 107 nights in jail every quarter, average, for about 2 years. In the first 3 quarters, since the housing has been opened, in the first quarter, the cumulative number of nights in jail went from 107 down to 73. In the second quarter, down to 5. And in the third quarter, down to 8.
Wow. Great.
Look at just that one statistic and how much money is being saved by keeping people out of jail. They also had a number of statistics, which I didn't get the slideshow, and on healthcare, keeping people out of the emergency room. In some cases, more visits to the hospital, not to the emergency room, but actually people getting better health care. And in one case, and maybe to me the most impactful case, was the one individual who has moved out, who has been homeless for decades. And when you're homeless, you cannot apply for Medicaid because you don't have an address, or at least not for assisted living. That individual came into Park Place, Cross Park, got a permanent address, had staff there between a psychiatrist that comes over from UIHC half day a week, a nurse practitioner who comes over a half day a week, and their caseworkers that they have. They worked with this individual, and now that he had permanent housing with a residential address, he was able to apply, and he is now in assisted living, getting the kind of care that he actually needs after decades on the street. So Cross Park Place is doing a fantastic job. There was a great number of people there who are still helping or helped get it started, and was just a great event. So thank you to Chrissy Canganelli and all the people at Shelter House that have been involved with this. Representation from Iowa Finance Authority were there as well. I think they got $7 million from Iowa Finance Authority. So just a fantastic project, and so it was great time to be there.
This is great news, and it's precisely what we hoped would happen.
Yes.
Yeah, bravo. Pauline?
I'll echo Susan's comments about the employee appreciation lunch. That's always a lot of fun. It was great this time to be able to circulate and move to table and chat with the different folks, especially the transit employees, to see their feelings on the study and survey that's going on. So that was great. Then the next day, Friday, she talked about the dinners, attended a wonderful community dinner at Parkview Church. It was a great event. I think Bruce was there. I think Miles maybe also, with wonderful food, and there was a couple hundred people at least. I have trouble estimating numbers, but it was at least that. It was a joint effort with the South District Neighborhood Association and other organizations, and it just was really a well-planned and went off really, really well. And then the other thing, prop here. Last Wednesday evening, I became grandma for the 3rd time, and the mayor set a precedent when his granddaughter was born of bringing chocolates. Well, compliments of our wonderful deluxe bakery that we have here in Iowa City. Want folks to help themselves to It's a Boy cookies. It was a boy. It is a boy. So help me.
Give me 5 of them. Thanks.
Congratulations.
And that's it. That's all I have.
Congratulations, Pauline.
Yeah, congrats.
And he's beautiful.
Yes. A lot of the things that has been mentioned, the Employee Appreciation Lunch, the Iowa City Climate Expo, thanks to all of the staff for all they do for the city. And the expo was really well done. So thanks to all the staff that created that event. I did attend the South District, and that was a great event as well. It was well attended. You're talking about a great time of just being amongst the community and just relaxing. And I think that's what I really loved about that evening. I did want to just, and I'm so happy you mentioned about Cross Park Place. That is phenomenal news. The other thing that I will say is Housing First model, that's something that we really should be looking at in the future, because it really does save on the back, in the future. It really does. So I'm happy to hear that report. talking about climate action, so I have to give a shout out, and I did this on KXIC as well, to Stephanie Bowers, because I was in a meeting, and when we're talking about climate action, you know, even the smallest things and smallest changes, we're in this meeting and we're like sharing a paper and, you know, of some material. And she said, you know, in efforts of climate action, I only printed off a few, but it really does take small little things to kind of just trickle our mind to think about climate action. Bringing your own coffee cup, you know, to work, or you know, it's small things like that will really resonate for the greater good of climate action. So hats off to Stephanie Bowers and all of the city staff that is doing similar things. I know that we're all aware of the child care crisis within Johnson County. And so yesterday, I was a part of a work group, and there's definitely some movement and some ideas and some ways that we're trying to move forward with doing the with bringing an end to the crisis or bringing solutions. And so yesterday we did have some of the city staff, because the city staff has a lot of information and knowledge and ways to support business owners as well as individuals that receive housing type supports. And so I'm amazed at all that our city does throughout our community. And so I'm looking forward to some great solutions you know, with the child care crisis. And when you're talking about entrepreneurs, there's a lot that needs to go into that conversation, such as like the fire department and the fire code, the building codes, you know, and so all that's been kind of been at play. So I'm looking forward to more about the child care crisis within our community and finding solutions. So just wanted to make mention of that as well tonight.
A quick comment about Housing First. I think it was 6 years ago, we asked Chrissy Canganelli to brief us on Housing First as a model. She persuaded us that it was really a good thing to do. That is why we have helped support the Cross Park Place, because she made that presentation to us and it was so compelling, so
Awesome.
persuasive.
Yep, great.
Okay, it's my turn, right? Yeah. Okay. I really don't have a lot to report. I don't even remember what happened last week, but for the coming week, tomorrow, I will receive an award. I will take the prize home from, Little Village for Best Advocate for Social Justice. And I being voted by the reader. And this will be tomorrow, cocktail party at 126 at 7 p.m. Encourage everyone to come. I guess last year you were there, right? Yeah, thank you. And on the 7th, I will be attending the Presidential Forum in Cedar Rapids at Veterans Memorial Coliseum. This is held by the Teamster Locus 238. A lot of candidates for president will be there. I encourage everyone to come and support them. And also, we have some local, I guess, things going on with presidents. I guess everybody know about that. Maybe you can go and discover them. And I think that's all. No, on the 11th, we're going to attend in the Think Iowa City lunch that the mayor said. This will be at 11:30 a.m.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
Okay. So on the 20th of November, I helped read names on World AIDS Day. It's really pleasing to do because it was not freezing cold or raining, and because of the topic itself. You've already mentioned the Employee Appreciation Lunch, the Climate Action Expo. They were great. Some of you may know that I had an exit interview with Aaron Scheinblum of KCRG TV 9 on the 22nd, and it was broadcast, I don't know, maybe a week later or something like that, on my birthday, actually, come to think of it. It was pleasing to do that. We did it right here. I attended a meeting of the Refugee Alliance on the 26th. I plan to participate in the Bravo Awards event and look forward to handing out awards to people people who are very, very deserving of the Iowa City Awards. I intend to participate in the Government Leadership Program's Government Day event, thanks to Jeff's invitation, and that's going to be on the 12th of December. And I plan to attend the CWJ Allies meeting on the 11th.
13 or 11?
I think it's the 11th, but,
Thir-
you know, if it's the 13th,
Friday
I
the
need to know.
13th.
Good. Oh, yeah, it says 13th, and I read 11, my eyes. And last, I have an opportunity to attend President Mary Harold's holiday gathering at Kinnick Stadium on the 14th. I'm looking forward to that. So that's it for me.
I just forget to tell that on the 14th, there is a legislative meeting at the Iowa State Capitol for the mobile home park. If somebody want to come and attend, it is at 1 o'clock to 4.
Good deal. Okay, Jeff?
Jim, we skipped item 18.
Sorry?
We skipped item 18.
We did?
Well,
Asking.
that's, all right. Thank you. So let's go to item 18. Community comment. Brandon, did you want to speak about something?
I love all you cool and groovy people. Keep being cool and groovy.
Austin.
Oh, okay.
Aston?
Oh, I'm sorry, Austin. Of course, I knew you
Hi.
wanted to do that.
Yeah, I'm back. Austin Wu, U.S. Student Government City Liaison. Let's see. First things, personal matter. I think I want to offer a couple of quick clarifications about some of my earlier comments about the rental permit moratorium. I didn't intend to come across as anti-density. Density is good. I think anyone with a basic understanding of economics knows that when demand is high in a constrained market, increasing supply is a pretty good thing to do. But I think one question that is worth asking is what the price point is of some of that new supply coming in. I've heard from various sources of vacancy rates of up to 40% of some of these new places, and I don't think we should expect some of these new developments to age into affordability anytime soon. So I think when it comes to new student housing, density is good, but sometimes it's worth asking housing for whom? What kind of students are we looking for? I think there was an article in The Atlantic way back in like 2013 about these luxury dorms that were coming online back then. And someone in the student housing, like specialist in the industry, says something along the lines of students will live in closets if you can get the price point down. And I find that also to be a pretty true sentiment among people I know. So that's the clarification I want to say. Let's see, I'd like to thank all of you for your vote and my appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you very much. And then this is the stuff I actually had prepared for tonight. So there's a couple of events coming up in the last weeks of the semester. The 8th annual Mirage will be on Friday, 6 December in the Iowa Memorial Union, beginning from 9 p.m. It'll feature an amateur drag competition and professional drag queens and kings, as well as a condom casino, info-stravaganza, and free rapid HIV testing from Johnson County Public Health. It's a good event that promotes LGBTQ pride and sexual health, so I encourage anyone interested in those areas to attend. And the UI Gardeners will be hosting their annual greenhouse open house on Sunday, the 8th of December at the Biology Building East Lobby at 2 p.m. The event will showcase their greenhouse and hydroponics system, and we'll have trivia and snacks. I think both of them have Facebook events, so if you feel so inclined, you can go online and hit that interested button. Thanks.
Thanks, Austin. I apologize for not
No worries.
giving you a chance to speak. Jeff?
And just real quick, for your next meeting, we are going to have a reception for Jim and Rockne at 4 o'clock, so hopefully you can make it early, and certainly the public's welcome to attend. And then right after that, we are going to have a very quick work session with some of our members of our state delegation. They do have a 5:30 event over at the university, so they're only going to be able to stick around for about 20 minutes, but want a chance for you all to briefly mention to them the priorities that you just approved tonight. So think about those one or two things you really want to communicate to that delegation, and we'll accomplish that on the 17th.
Great. Thanks.
I was just going to say thanks for your support and presence at some of these recent staff planned events. So, thanks.
Eleanor?
I just wanted to note, with respect to Pauline, your vaping comment, we did back in 2015 add electronic cigarettes / vaping to our prohibitions on smoking in public places. Good. Thank you.
Kelly? Okay. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Cole. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Yes, I'm not gonna eat, I'm gonna give it to my kids. And they-